Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I woke up a bit early. Had some acid reflux. Shit sucks. But you know what? If all I get from eating moldy pizza,
what are we going to do on the bed?
is a little acid reflux, I'm okay with that.
Join the Discord for Kirsche's pickup artist tips. Also, Bailey is cute.
Vash, thank you. Thank you for the heckin' $1. I don't have pickup artist tips. I don't know how you'd land a bitch for just one night. That's not my lifestyle.
More milkies.
Is that time again for more VTubers drinking dumb bitch tension juice? Jesus Christ! It's all happening so fast!
Or in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses. And
This is actually a highly relevant sound clip for today, actually.
That's your winner!
I'm sorry if this is weird, but happy Findom Friday.
Skewky, thank you for the heckin' 1985. Your contribution to the Findom Friday folds. I couldn't think of a fucking holding receptacle with an F. I said fucking folder. God damn it. I'm so close. I'm so close, but my brain's already not working. Skew, thank you. Thank you, Skew. For the heckin' 1985. Thank you, Deminci, for the heckin' 2 months of Prune. Thank you, Deminci, for the 2 months of Prune. And deep fried lettuce. Thank you for the Prune yesterday. I was dead yesterday because I streamed accidentally for 14.5 hours. I thought maybe I would stream for like 8 or 9 maximum, but you know, the time just kept going and going and had just, you know, as a joke. The stream title reminded you of 2 people. Oh, what people did it remind you of? Did I trip and fall on the 14-hour stream? I slept for so goddamn long. I might be getting sick though. My throat's been a little tickly. I drank some Dayquil today. I was like, ain't no way. I got some shit I gotta rant about. I visited the homeland and I saw the recent weaponized autism and I was like, okay. Alright, hold on. Hold on a fucking second. Friday by Friday, Findom Friday becomes a horrible reality. I just load up stream on Fridays from now on and I start off with a, have you guys donated to me yet this week? If you haven't donated, you're gonna need to raise your hand because I'm going to ban you. And I don't want any of those piddly $1 donations. Who do you think I am? I want to see at least 50 from each of you or you're getting banned. I'll have an unban request stream on Sunday and see if any of you are worthy of being allowed back here. Fuck. I feel so gross when I even like make the jokes, dude. Well, fuck. One who got evicted for owing a bunch of rent and trying to make Twitch a job, and the other just, it was like 9K. What the fuck? That's so much. How do you get to that point? God damn. I am Binary Mind. Thank you for the 100 heckin' biddies. Thank you. Thank you. Craziest unban requests. How do you, like, I remember during COVID and they had like the memorandums on rent and everybody was like, yeah, I don't have to pay rent, I can pay it later. And then they were like, wait, no, that's a lot of money, we need rent forgiveness. It's like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Having a memorandum on your rent doesn't mean you don't have to pay it ever. Holy shit. Like, I'm fucking brain damaged and I have more brain cells than you. All your money's going into your move this weekend. You'll pay me tribute next month. That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. It's okay. A Twitch streamer with a soul. Oh my god. I try to have one, you know? None of that $49.99 bullshit. I'm looking for 50 on the dot. God damn. And I still do them. Am I fighting off my true nature, perhaps? No. No, I've just read enough shit to be able to accurately say mean things for a couple of sentences before my brain is just like, please, I feel so bad. Got no debit card? Well, that's a good thing though, right? Because like having your debit card stolen is a little bit more crazy than having your credit card stolen. At least a credit card can fucking protect you a little bit. Tribute goes into the Kirsche headshot shaker. Please do not mix your own semen into your protein shakes. Like I know that'll increase your protein intake, but that like, don't do that. Do some Finn sub and we can talk. God damn. I can't just turn on the female tears, Vash. All right, they're not authentic that way. Speaking of authentic, you guys like alpacas? I like alpacas. Apparently there's some weird shit going on with some alpacas recently. Oh no. Oh no, does somebody know exactly what I'm about to talk about? Oh no. We have alpacas here. You like that? I also like alpacas. They're so fucking cute. You prefer llamas? It's okay. You don't have to oh no that hard. We're not eating them. We're not fucking Peru, okay? All right? Are you suggesting female tears can be authentic? Yes! What the heck? You don't like either. I mean, their tongues feel really weird, but my dad used to take me to a local petting zoo where they had alpacas and llamas, and he would like feeding them with me. That was really cute. Fuck you, JD! They might taste nice. I don't want to eat one. Can we eat them as a treat? No! They turned their piece of desert into a piece of planet Mars. Wait? You have an alpaca poncho? I don't think I've ever seen anybody wear a poncho. Unless it was like in a racist comedy bit. You could eat them. They eat them here. I bet they do. I don't want to eat them though. I like, you know, there's some things that I just don't want to eat. Can I increase the quality on this video? Because it's at like fucking 180p right now. All right, maybe this will work. I haven't watched this video, so hopefully nothing crazy happens in this video. I mean, it's about alpacas, right? How bad could it be? Have you guys heard of Tenacious Unicorn Ranch? Do I eat capybara? Oh, does he eat capybara? Is it still racist if only white people care but Mexicans love it? I would like to say no, but current year makes me say probably.
Baby, can I have the
Why does that sound familiar? Cameo, second thank you for the 2-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Oh, Shugazi knows what it is. Hell yeah. Somebody, is that, yes. So I recently just found out about Tenacious Unicorn Ranch, and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? So I want to see if this video has any like fun context for us.
Nope, you gotta get your first. You gotta get your haircut first.
This is apparently 1080p. I don't believe it.
And we are at the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch.
I fucking love alpacas.
Ranch is a trans haven alpaca ranch. A haven for queer people from the rising kind of violence of the surrounding world.
Penny Logue started the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch in Colorado in 2018.
Should we double bag it like one?
The U.S. Human Rights Campaign had just declared 2017 the deadliest year so far for members of the...
Feel the difference.
I couldn't finish reading it. With 31 people killed! That's a lot of people in 365 days, honestly.
This push to create community and to be a sort of escape for, you know, the oppressed.
Please put some
people,
chapstick on, I swear to God.
Like me.
Please, you need chapstick more than the men in my community need moisturizer on their fucking hands.
To escape all of that and be with people that are like-minded and understand.
The ranch is located in conservative Custer County, home to about 5,000 people. Logue says ranchers have received messages and calls expressing transphobic hatred and disdain. Some included death threats. How are you gonna death threat someone for taking care of alpacas? What the fuck?
We didn't need guns, but being queer in America at this point in time, being in the country, being rural, means that there is just a need for self-defense.
Is getting anonymous death threats the way to turn leftists away from lobbying for more gun control? Do we just need to send math death threats in Minecraft and then there'll be more, like, less regulation of guns? Is that... I feel like that sends a bad message.
Weapons. After the 5th or 6th...
What? The 4th of July parade in Westcliff was a Nazi propaganda parade? I've never been so unsettled. We went to get a coffee thinking we would miss it, but it started while we were in town. Crazy! Okay, Eternal Penelope. First question. How is the 4th of July parade gonna be Nazi propaganda? Maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe I'm wrong and there's a whole bunch of people dyeing their hair blonde and donning fucking Nazi uniforms and goose-stepping down saying fucking Heil America on July 4th, but like, I feel like there probably wasn't. I don't really understand how you could equate Nazi propaganda with the 4th of July. I just like, what? Your Twitch is shitting itself. Can I see your messages? I can. You are not lost in the ether right now. Hello, Raider. Hello, new friend. Welcome. Better question, did the death threats just come from a bot farm that they paid for? I don't know. I guess that depends on how much contact they had with Zoe Quinn, right? They think the US flag and being patriotic is Nazi stuff? Well, that's a kind of brain damage I probably can't compliment. The problem with leftists is that they never learned the consequences of their actions. Oh my god. Patriotism is Nazism, haven't you heard? Well, it's like, I don't want to completely disregard it, right? There could have been a goose-stepping parade. I don't know what it looked like, but I'm gonna err on probably, you know, like 95% it was just a normal 4th of July parade.
Death threat after we called out that parade.
Death threats seem weirdly profitable. You know, I have managed to accumulate almost 7,000 of you on Twitch here, right? We're closing in on 7,000 followers. I got Twitch partner this year. I haven't had a single Twitter DM of like a real person being like, God, I fucking hate you so much. You're so boring and you're so ugly and your voice is terrible and you have no talent and your content is terrible and no one's ever gonna watch you. You're going nowhere. And, you know, I see all of these other VTubers who have like less than 300 followers. They get these messages all the time. Why? What am I doing wrong that I don't get hate messages that I can then profit off of and get clout from by going, tee-hee, look at this mean person in my DMs. Where's my fate? I mean, totally real hate messages. Preparing to it longer. Tinfoil mode. They're doing it themselves for clout. That's not even tinfoil. That's just having a functioning brain. Oh my god. I want my clout. Where's my hate DM? I'm not being incendiary enough on Twitter. That's true. That's true. For people to get angry on Twitter, they have to have completely out of context things. They wouldn't actually come to a stream and learn what I actually say when they can just read titles and take things out of context. The people I attract aren't dicks. I don't know about that. I feel like some of us are definitely fucking crazy. But, you know, as long as the crazy is in the camp of they don't hate me, yeah, that's fine. Soon Razor will send me the DM. Razor gonna hit me up with, what the fuck, bitch? You've been tweeting at us for 200 days? Please stop. Last example, you know, of a game dev sent their own hate messages but forgot to log out of their main account. I have screenshots of that somewhere. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't have marshmallows set up. I do have marshmallows set up, Shugazi. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4 messages above you. Arnold posted my socials, which has my marshmallow link. I don't know what happened to my English and my speech ability in that sentence. Please, ampersand. I'll get a hate DM from DSP. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that anything I ever said would show up in a Dark Side Phil compilation. But you know what? That's the timeline we live in now. I changed my name recently. All the hate messages are still being sent to Kirsche. Oh, that poor fucking person then. Kirsche wants hate messages in her marshmallows. No, you're supposed to send them in Twitter DMs. Marshmallows are supposed to be comfy and cute and not angry. Twitter DMs is where you insult people. Insult niche fan groups that you will never care about. Those types will send you hate messages forever. What? I already trash talk fucking Homestuck all the time. People who like Homestuck are a certain kind of brain damage that can't be fixed. You just gotta take them out back and shoot them. Like, honestly. ESL, please comprehend. I'm trying. Back to the Nazi propaganda.
We started to just be like, you know what, like,
look at that
we
fucking
all need to be a
alpaca
little
on
bit
that shirt,
more
dude.
Forward-facing with our firearms. It became self-evident that we would need to defend ourselves at some point.
I wonder what that says. I wonder what that tattoo says.
So we have to make sure that there is nobody on that road before we start firing.
Okay.
Did he just say we have to make sure there's nobody on that road before we start firing? Are they setting up like an illegal firing range that's pointing towards a road?
Started getting warnings from people in town with friends or links to the more extremist elements in this area of Colorado.
It's not very many people.
Look at how
It's probably
beautiful
less
that
than
is.
50, maybe in 40, but they're almost always the source of tension around here, but they somehow decided to focus in on the Unicorn Ranch.
We caught people trying to come onto the property. Me and Jay were on patrol, and that was very scary.
All right, so I'm a huge proponent of, like, if you don't like something, do heavy research into it so you can accurately explain why you don't like something. But, like, if you are being creepy enough to be like, I don't like these people in our town, that you like break onto and trespass on their property, you have crossed the line from, like, researching that which you do not like to just being a creepy fucking stalker, honestly. Was that a carriage crossing sign? It might have been. It might have been, dude. There's someone just... Oh, that's just Jay. That's just Jay, dude. Remember when there was a delivery driver to their neighbor and they pulled their guns on them? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. What? Sounds like they went to a nice town and tried to make it like Austin. You wouldn't trust them to not make fake crimes up? I mean... I always err on the side of if someone is talking about a hate crime happening to them, there's a very good chance that it didn't actually happen. I like the proof because hate crimes get faked so fucking often. But I also like to give that just sliver benefit of the doubt of like, well, this could have happened because there are people that are this low IQ. So it's entirely possible.
Put a general call out for help through some networks that we'd established over the summer. Through them, they sent a very highly trained guard up.
Yeah, there was no backstop. What the fuck? What are they doing?
And that night, he caught people trying to come onto the property at the gate. And then later in that morning, he actually caught 2 armed men coming towards the house to kind of have to like
Doggo.
Be ahead of violent scenarios.
Look at that
in your
doggo
home all the time.
It's so fluffy.
It's taxing. It's not fear. It's just that like there's a responsibility to each other to keep ourselves safe. We're a haven.
That man is double pot drifting
there's
on the
vulnerable
stove.
People here, and bigots know that, and so they target that.
What?
And so you have to create a wall. You have to create a defense of some kind.
Wait a minute! Aren't these the people who didn't want us to build a wall? Hold on! Wait a minute! I thought wall was bad and racist! Why is it okay for the Alpaca Ranch to have a wall, but not the American border? To be fair, I don't know how well a wall is actually gonna work, because we have a lot of water on our border. You know, you can just kind of like row around the wall, but is that in Texas? They are in Colorado. They're in Colorado. Are they gonna make the bigots pay for it? We're gonna build a wall. It's gonna be a great wall around our Alpaca Ranch, and the bigots are gonna pay for it. I was like, I could get behind that though, right? I'd be like, yeah, I'll support your wall. You support my wall. A little give, a little take, you know? The wall actually works, makes it significantly harder to pass. Going over water is much harder. Yeah, no, I know. But we also, like, I don't know what would work better, right? Because it's just like people just fucking scale the wall. So it feels like it's not even really a deterrent. I wouldn't know how to fix our fucking border. It's too big. It's too porous. It's too much water. I don't know, dude. Amazing they're rambling about Colorado of all places. Of dealing with bigots. Well, did you see where they lived? It was beautiful. And if you've been following the news the last decade, you would know beautiful nature is actually racist. So,
which we've done, and we've done well, and I think that we're safe as anybody can be, but it takes from you.
To be able to give us the strength that we have.
Wait, did they come up with like weird tribal music? Oh no. Isn't this offensive? Is this a cultural appropriation? Hold up, wait a minute!
Be able to let go of all the difficult things. You know, have a moment where they don't have to worry so much about being depressed or having anxiety.
Jesus Christ.
It makes every bit of difficulty that we have to face, every time that we have to prove just how tenacious we are.
That's why they're the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch, dude.
That's what it's all for, is to give people that freedom.
They're real Indians?
Yeah.
I thought...
Yes, you're a sweetheart.
I thought the movement claimed that the real Indians were black, though. I can't keep up anymore! I can't keep up, dude. I'm trying my best. Lure them in with the alpaca and then brainwash them. It'd work on me. You can fucking lure me in with an alpaca, dude. Holy shit. Jeez, it's only bad when the other people do it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. West Cliff, Colorado. The ranch hand walks along rocky ground. The beam of her flashlight. I don't really care for the roleplay. I wanted a news article. You have people that are brilliant and just can't interact with society in a normal way. They just get shoved down every time they pop their head up, and you watch it over and over again. I thought this was a ranch of transgender people, not autists. Now I'm even more confused. My coffee does not taste very good today. They destroyed their land. It's all desert now. What? You feel bad for the alpacas? Well, normally I would say I don't feel bad for the alpacas, but knowing what I know, I also feel bad for the alpacas. On the ranch, gender is never assumed. Inhabitants are free to love who they love and be who they are. Rainbow and anti-fascist flags adorn the walls, including one featuring the 3 arrows of the World War II era German anti-Nazi, anti-fascist Iron Front. I got here and I experienced a love and acceptance that I never did before. I had true family for the first time. An unsettling demonstration. As they settled into Custer County, the newcomers offered to do odd jobs for neighbors, started a community garden, and helped helm a recycling program. Logue says that won them a number of resident support despite some ideological differences with conservative Custer County. Home to about 5,000 people. We have 5,000 people in their whole goddamn county, and I didn't even have that many people in my hometown. I was like, man. Wouldn't an American flag be just as much anti-Nazi? You would think so. But somehow people on this side of the political spectrum have equated the American flag with Nazism. I don't really know how. I'm not I'm not an Olympic gold medalist in mental gymnastics. I'm just trying to commentate from the sidelines. There's even a dog for them to shoot for no reason. Don't call the ATF! Meaning the alpacas are probably perfectly viable for No, don't say that! On July 4th, 2020, Logan Nelson headed into town for coffee. Westcliff Independence Parade had been canceled because of pandemic restrictions. Logan Nelson saw a steady stream of protesters, a number of whom were openly carrying guns, and some wore body armor. Amid American flags, one demonstrator carried a banner bearing the emblem of the right-wing militia group, the 3%ers. Video of the event shows. Another wore a shirt that declared, "It's okay to be white." How dare they? How dare they say it's okay to have a certain skin color? This is literally fascism in action. These white supremacists daring to think that they can be white in society. The phrase, according to the Anti-Defamation League, has become a rallying cry among white supremacists. I love this. I love this because anyone who knows where this came from knows it started as a shit post. As a, like, I bet if we put up these flyers that say something completely innocent and innocuous, like, it's okay to be white, we will get tons of people freaking out, literally shaking, say that they feel unsafe, and they will reveal themselves and what they truly think by freaking out about such an innocuous message. It had nothing to do with fucking white supremacy. Holy shit. Trusted source? I trust Pole, dude. Just as bad, dude. It's that is the play, bro. It is. Literally shaking. Imagine. Logue said she was the grandchild of Armenian genocide survivors and grew up on stories that taught her to respond to anything that looks like fascism. This is a highly fucking ironic. All things can, when people come from like Venezuela or Cuba or like had emigrated or defected from Russia, all of them are just like, you know what, communism pretty bad. I kind of recognize, when governments are getting a little bit too big for their britches. Like, I lived through that shit. And Logue is here like, yeah, I was the grandchild of Armenian genocide survivors. I know what fascism looks like. I'm definitely not partaking in the ideology that pushes it heavy. Damn, dude. I feel like this person really missed some signs. Yeah, they're like me, with social cues, but instead, with things they get angry about that don't exist. To own the fascist, one must become fascist. Exactly. Did I say Loeb? No, but Logue does sound kind of like Loeb, to be fair. This guy survived. No, he didn't survive. He was the grandchild of Armenian genocide survivors. So two generations removed. She wrote in a tweet the same day, the 4th of July parade in Westcliff was Nazi propaganda. All right, so I was right. I was right to be like, it's probably just a regular ass 4th of July parade. Imagine. That's like if I went outside and someone had a flag that said it's okay to be black, and I was like, I'm offended. How dare you? How dare you? Praise Loeb. Praise the Loeb. I do not wish for Loeb to cuck me today. You live in Norway. Your ancestors have lived here since the Viking Age. You'll not be lamed for having a skin color adapted to the North. Imagine. Fucking white cave beast. I can say that because I'm white. They might want to look up who did the Armenian genocide. Shh. Shh. You can't bring facts and logic into this, Vash. I'm not white. You can't say that just because I'm Italian. Fuck you. Please visit the ranch. I don't know if I want to visit the ranch. You betcha this guy thinks it was the Nazis? Oh, man. Messages and calls expressing transphobic hatred and disdain for the ranchers. Anti-fascism began then. According to Logue. I can't imagine, like, I'm sure there's some people who unironically are like, fascism is amazing. I can't believe anyone would be anti-fascist. But I can't imagine there's enough people who are pro-fascism that they were getting angry at the ranch for their specific anti-fascism views. This is like the guy who got mad at me when I said that I'm against communism, and he was like, well, that means you're a Nazi. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, if you are against communism, that means you're a fascist. And I was like, I'm not good at math, but I don't think that checks out, actually. She puts ketchup on pizza. She'd be instantly executed in Italy. I don't put ketchup on pizza, though. What the fuck do you mean? What? Like, the only time I would ever put ketchup on pizza is if the pizza was... Pizza, by the way. Pizza was low quality enough for it to need the ketchup for me to fucking eat it, right? In which case, the Italians wouldn't execute me. They'd execute the pizza man for making such an abhorrent affront to pizzerias everywhere. La Pizza! That's my fascist name.
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
Stop right there, criminal scum! And I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling chatters. Thank you for the 4-month resub, Azahara. Thank you. If it's low quality pizza, just don't eat the pizza. Yeah, but I paid money for it, so I have to eat it. I hate wasting food. Like, you know, it's not like I don't feel the whole, like, you know, the starving kids in Africa, so I have to make the most of what I have. It's not that mentality. It's I just don't like wasting money. I'm very stingy with my money. Unless I'm buying something for someone else. That's like the only time that I don't care how much I'm paying for something, is if I'm doing it to make someone else happy. But if it's for me, I'm a stingy fuck. Do I fold the pizza or do I like it crispy? I don't want it so floppy that I can fold it, but I also don't want it to be so crispy that I can, like, throw it on the ground and have it shatter into a million pieces. Those are both gross. I like a well-balanced crust, and I like my actual, like, crust on the end of the pizza to have, like, a little bit of a crispy outside and then be really doughy inside. Oh god, the doughy crust is so good. Okay, all right. I'll never finish talking about these alpacas if I keep getting distracted. Low quality is still pizza. Well, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. The only time I haven't eaten the pizza is when there's been mold on it, which has only happened once in my life, surprisingly. Square pizza's amazing. I don't know what it is. Square pizza just hits different. I know it's made out of the same ingredients, but goddamn, dude. Distracted and hungry. Reuters has reviewed several hostile and anonymous online messages, 2 containing death threats. One was an image manipulated to show a gun pointed at the ranch house. What if someone just made like an MLG edit and they use the MLG sniper fucking gif? Anonymous. How can Anonymous keep getting away with it? Imagine feeling fear of anonymous people. I mean, I can understand feeling the fear of anonymous people if there's like genuinely tons of them. But like if I got like a DM from fucking Randy Ranchman 42069 like fucking telling me he's gonna kill me in Minecraft, I'd be like, who the fuck is you, Randy? Need more mold to get into Phase Connect. We're a bunch of anonymous people. That's not true. I know your name. L Father. You can't keep getting away with it, dude. Hello, beer. A few months ago, there was a lot of American memes about how Europe is going to freeze this winter. Now America's freezing, but Europe is toasty. Thanks, global warming. I am so angry. I have read so many articles about people freezing to death up in New York during the blizzard, and I'm just like, what the? You live in fucking New York. Why are you still outside in like blizzard conditions where you're getting buried while you're driving? All right, and then, like, there's an article of this woman who was like, my mom wanted to go outside to go somewhere. She didn't tell us where she was going. She wanted to go out on Christmas Eve, and then, you know, I felt like something was wrong immediately. And then a couple of hours later, we got a phone call that she had only made it, you know, like not even 2 blocks away, and she was collapsed in the street. And the kind man broke down on the phone crying when he told me he found her dead in the snow, kind of buried. But he picked her up and put her against the wall of a store underneath an awning so she wouldn't get further buried by the snow. And it's just like, I can't imagine a scenario where I am living at home. All right, let's pretend my mom isn't a shitty person for a second, right? Let's pretend she's a normal functioning adult. I can't imagine a scenario where I'm at my house with my mom. There's a blizzard outside. It's been all over the news for like the last week, telling us it's going to be the largest storm of like the fucking decade. It's going to be like fucking frozen pipes. It's like the roads are going to be shut down. You're not going to have access to emergency services because police aren't going to be able to fucking get to you through like 50 fucking inches or however much it was. And my mom's like, yeah, I think I'm going to go outside. And I'd be like, well, now, yeah, hold on, wait a minute. Dear motherkin. All right, okay, we have all of these context clues that have been given to us to say that maybe we shouldn't go outside. It's my duty as your offspring to convince you to not commit suicide by going outside. Like that is my one duty in this situation. So I can't imagine, like, while I'm reading this article and the daughter's just like, yeah, well, you know, my mom, she probably thought that she could get through it. You know, she's a very self-sufficient woman. It's like, I don't give a fuck what she is. You have failed as a daughter because you let your elderly mother walk outside in a historic blizzard. What the fuck is wrong with you? I would unironically be like, Ma, you are old and frail, and I am young and slightly less frail than you. I will handcuff you to the sofa. You are not going outside and killing yourself. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, no electricity because of bombing. City people, please. You hate to be so callous, but that was natural selection? No. I think the same way. Like, she was dumb for going outside, but the daughter was even dumber for not stopping her. And then there was another guy, all right? This guy I feel a little bit of pity for, right? Because it's like he was trying to do the right thing. He didn't die. I'll preface it with that. His friend called him, and his friend was like, hey, yo, friend, I'm stuck out in the snow. I was driving, and then the snow accumulated so much, and I tried dragging out my vehicle, and I couldn't get it out, so I'm stuck, and I need you to come get me. And it's like, I feel like this is also in the situation where you see someone drowning, but if you're not trained to save the person drowning, that drowning person is probably also going to drown you because their animalistic monkey brain has taken over when they're drowning, and they will like climb on top of you and drown you in an attempt to have themselves not drown. So if you are not trained to save someone who is drowning, if you go in, there's a high chance you will also die. Right? Okay? Like, as much as you want to jump in and save that person, if you are not trained, you might also die. So don't. And so this friend who called the guy was like, yeah, I'll come get you. I'll also, your car is stuck in the snow. I will also get in my car and drive to where your car is stuck in the snow and help you out. And I'm reading this article like, what? I get it, right? You want to help your friend. Okay, I get it, but if his car is stuck in the snow, you driving to him is not gonna help. In before he doesn't have a pickup. He did have a pickup truck, but pickup truck versus snow. So the guy starts driving to his friend. All right, guy starts driving to his friend, and while driving, he gets his truck stuck twice. And the first time he gets his truck stuck, he digs it out with a shovel, and he can keep driving. And then someone, I can't remember if this was the elderly woman or not, but someone came up to his car and was just like, hey, my car is stuck in the snow and I can't dig it out. Can I take shelter in your car with you? And he's like, yeah, sure, get in my car. And then his truck gets stuck a second time, and he can't dig the snow fast enough to unstuck his truck in the street to keep driving. So the snow is coming down so hard and thick that he cannot shovel fast enough to unstuck his truck. And so he and the person that came up to his truck earlier just kind of take shelter inside the truck. A third person comes up and they're just like, hey, I'm an elderly old woman and I also am stuck. Can I take shelter in your truck? So there's 3 of them now. And I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with New Yorkers? This is why us people in Boston fucking hate you. God damn. And so there's 3 people now. Eventually he runs out of gas, so they no longer have heat in the truck. He walks around and he knocks on people's houses and he's just like, Can I sleep on your floor, please? I have nowhere to go. My truck is stuck. The blizzard happening. And apparently all 10 people's houses that he knocked on said, yeah, nah, get fucked, get out. So he was like, okay, what do we do now? And the old lady was like, well, my car's stuck, but there's still gas in it. So they all go to the old lady's car and they huddle for warmth inside the old lady's car. And then she runs out of gas too. And he's like, wait a minute, on my cell phone. I know I can't call emergency services because they're not coming, but I can use the map and see what's around here. And there was a high school. So he breaks into the high school. He smashes a window. He unlocks the door. He lets the 2 people who are with him in. He like finds a way to turn off the alarm system because apparently school alarm systems are easily disarmed by someone who's never seen one before. He goes to the kitchen, he fucking like sets up food for the people. He goes back outside and finds like 20 other people stranded inside their cars. And he brings them to the school as well. And he even writes a little note where he's like, hey, I'm sorry I broke into the school, but like kind of life or death situation here. My bad, but also I needed to. And so like he waits there. I can't remember if it was 1 day or 2 days, but they were huddled in that school for like a hot fucking minute. And then finally when like the weather subsided, the police were able to come and like rescue everybody from inside the high school. And like he's not gonna have to pay for any vandalism or anything. They were just like, this man's a hero. And I would agree. He saved a lot of people's lives out in the snow from doing something initially very stupid. And he called his friend, and his friend was like, oh yeah, shortly after I called you, emergency services came and picked me up. So like I was completely fine. I would have fucking blocked that friend right then and there. I would have been like, all right, I'm fucking done with you. I would have been like, you can get fucked. I hope you die in the next blizzard. He would have done things to that man. Oh my God. Why didn't he call him? That's a good fucking question, Vash. Strangely enough, if he wasn't a retard. Fuck it, I don't care, make a twit longer. Strangely. Could Kier drive in blizzard conditions? Absolutely not. I can't even drive when the road is perfectly fucking clear. Are you kidding me? Goodbye. She said it so easily. Yeah, because the R word is not a slur, and I say it all the fucking time off stream. I'd say it all the time on stream, too. Fucking room temp IQ ass Twitterati people. I'd say it on stream, too, if Twitch wasn't brain damaged. Lumi says it all the time. Yeah, I also used to say it all the time, but people started getting banned for saying the R word on Twitch because it's considered a slur. And, you know, considering this is my only form of income, I'm not going to tempt fate. I need to do a little bootlicking of my overlords to stay safe, right? She's a gamer, please understand. I'm always on the lookout for fucking bridges, dude. Bridges are a gamer's #1 predator. YouTube, let's fucking go. One day I will set up YouTube. What's the R word? I missed it. Shh. She's one of them. She's allowed to say it. I don't know. I haven't taken an IQ test yet. Another VTuber just had to apologize for saying it. Why would you apologize for saying it? Like, I know I've said this so many times over the years, but it's just like, if you have done something that doesn't go against your own moral standards, but someone on Twitter is just like, oh, I can't believe you've done this! You're literally Hitler! I have a responsibility because you have a platform! How can you do this? Okay, right? Like, don't apologize to those people. Because as soon as you apologize, they're gonna turn from their incessant whining to rubbing their hands, and they're gonna be like, yeah, we fucking got this one. This one's a little bitch, we got him on the ropes, dude. They apologized for this one thing, and now we're gonna scrub. We're gonna scrub through everything this fucking bitch-ass VTuber's ever done, and we're gonna make them apologize until they drown. Corpos kneel to the Twitter seethe mafia. They do, and I hate it. And what makes me hate it the most is when people are like, a hot take, unpopular opinion, but I just really needed to say this. I felt like I couldn't stay quiet any longer. And then they say something that is literally supported by every single corporate entity. And it's like, how about you, dear Western VTuber, actually say something that might be a hot take for once? You know, like... People on Twitter will compliment you if you say based things. I don't know if compliment's the word you're gonna use there. Lumi has the support of Fishman. Kirsche has no such shield. Oh, man. I don't know if, like, that is a correct shield, per se. You don't want to make your manager's life, significantly harder, right? You know? I can't just be like, all right, okay, I've got a manager. It's time to release my vocabulary. Like that one Niji that unironically said educate yourself like an NPC. God, fuck. The only time you'd unironically catch me saying something similar to educate yourself is like when I'm going over a fucking MMO Bytes video and he's just giving off misinformation by the truckful. This is an article about the ranch. Oh yeah, that's true. We were talking about the Alpaca ranch at some point. Ooh, and then I started ranting about dumb people who go out in fucking blizzards. The Twitter crowd is literally never satisfied. Best thing to do is to always double down or lay low for a while and wait for it to blow over. Like, I would definitely apologize if I felt like I did something that went against my moral standing. Or, like, if I actually did something fucking real bad, right? Like, it would make sense to apologize. But if someone comes at me and they're just like, I have evidence that Kirsche likes saying the F word and the R word, I'd be like, yeah, I do. They're fucking great words. What of it? They're fucking great words, and I wish I could say them more. How about that? Fishman has a gun next to him just in case Pippa slips out. Oh no, dude. The Boston word. That's a very Boston word. If you do apologize, just say sorry and move on. Don't write a fucking essay. As someone with anxiety, I don't know how to not write an essay, even if it's not an apology. Apologize for stealing my money that you totally don't give to me. Shugazi, I'm sorry you can't afford to give me more money. Double down. Never apologize unless it's one-on-one. I feel like if you have done something that goes against your own personal moral standards and somebody else has called it out publicly, then it makes sense to apologize publicly because somebody else has already brought it up and therefore you also need to kind of make it public. It's unfortunate, but that's just kind of where we're at. Otherwise, yes, I would agree with you. Apologize privately instead. Because there's no reason to make like a big ado about nothing if nobody has done so, you know? Perfect response. That is a good response. I can type that word on Twitter still. That's still fine. The ranch failed miserably. All the alpacas died and no one worked. That's what I was getting to. We'll get there eventually. There's something even more exciting than the ranch I wanted to talk about today. That's a developing in real-time story. Thing is, who are they even apologizing to? Their audience didn't mind. Only Twitter hard R's are the ones complaining for clout. Yet, you know, it's just like... The only thing keeping me from saying the R word on Twitch is Twitch's own TOS. It has nothing to do with, like, the fucking Twitter freaks. It works for Hassan. It can work for you, too. Oh my, if you have no morals, you can just tell everyone to fuck off. Sounds like a life hack. Well, if you have no morals, chances are you're gonna get in trouble with the law at some point, so. Some people in the audience complained, but it's because they are big and they got NPCs among the audience. Let's be real. If the fish lady fish lady can survive the N-word, we're all gonna make it, bros. Live reaction tangent, let's fucking go. I need to put a pin, all right? It's about to be 4 o'clock, and I wanted to watch this, like, live press briefing with you guys. So I'm gonna have to put a pin in the ranch. Don't let me forget, all right? Don't let me forget about the Alpaca Ranch, okay? So, what we're about to go watch, it hasn't started playing yet, thankfully. Putting a pin in it, thank you. We're about to watch a press briefing about this guy. Suspect in murders of 4 Idaho college students arrested in the Poconos. Poconos are a great place to live, by the way. Don't mind the murders. Pennsylvania, a 28-year-old man was arrested Friday in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains region on first-degree murder charges in the killings of 4 University of Idaho students last month. Bryan Kohberger appeared before a judge earlier Friday. This man has very dead inside eyes. Sources say that authorities knew who they were looking for and had tracked Kohberger to Chestnut Hill Township, Monroe County. According to a criminal complaint, Pennsylvania State Police were assisting the Moscow, Idaho Police Department. Idaho State Police and the FBI took Kohberger into custody on a first-degree murder warrant. The warrant was issued through the Moscow Police Department and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. A SWAT team encountered the location that Kohberger was staying in and took him into custody. He appeared before a judge in Pennsylvania on Friday morning, and court documents showed the judge ordered Kohberger's extradition to Idaho, where he will face criminal charges. The Moscow Police Department in Idaho will hold a news conference Friday afternoon to announce developments to the investigation. The police department's announcement of the news conference comes a day after police said that they have received 20,000 tips through more than 9,025 emails, 4,575 phone calls, and 6,050 digital media submissions, while having conducted over 300 interviews in the case of the 4 students slain in an off-campus home. And we have about 1 minute left until this thing starts. It's already live, so we are just holding on to our britches. Do all Americans have burger in their name? You don't get this tradition. That's actually a very common last name from Germany, and also if you are Ashkenazi Jewish. Watched a video about this the other day. Yeah, I didn't know about this until recently, so I have a plethora of info up right now. Dinkelberg! Hi! Look at that man's Santa beard. Holy shit!
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee.
What I want to know is, how did he kill all 4 people one night in one house?
For their assistance in this case. Kohberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process.
I'm gonna finish my coffee.
Due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Kohberger has been.
Santa's got some nice fucking hands, dude. Holy shit.
I want to express my appreciation to our local community, the people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case,
the comps are supposed to sound like they're sad, so it's more humanizing when they deliver the news.
Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m.
Give me the
after
QRD.
Visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Zana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. The 2 surviving roommates had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m. reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor, and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted, and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. Cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times. These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done, but be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit
that's really
of justice
strange to me.
for the victims and their families.
How did one man manage to kill 4 people at one night within about half an hour?
However,
and how did the 2 people who survived not hear any of this happening?
Criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation,
yes. And he did know them, yes.
And personnel to conduct this massive investigation. It was the dedication of them and the persistence.
The 2 people who were surviving were not asleep. One of the survivors is who called the police to report a quote-unquote unconscious person, which is also weird. Because if you're one of the surviving people and you heard them screaming,
I also want to thank our community.
Why would you report them as unconscious? I mean, you can also see the stab wounds. And if you didn't leave your room to see the stab wounds, how did you know that they were unconscious?
Locally, public support has been exceptional, with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness. Agencies and individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You kept this in the news. You helped us with tips.
And technically dead people are unconscious, I guess.
We truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received, which is an impressive number. I would like to invite Bill Thompson, the county prosecutor, up at this time.
All right, Bill Thompson, what do you got for us, baby? Oh, it's Santa! Bill's Santa!
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson.
Hi,
I'm
Santa.
the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time.
What?
As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder.
1 count of not leaving me enough cookies.
Burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohberger, and let me preface, there is a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners,
this is a perfect Santa.
And all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over at Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed.
It's not spelled that way, but yes, Tamarin.
The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works. Once he gets here, he'll have an initial appearance with our
The guy that
magistrate.
murdered them is
He'll deal
from
with issues
Pennsylvania.
such as making sure counselors, competent counselors
The murders
representing them
happened
the case will be
in
scheduled for further
Idaho.
hearings. Your primary
I don't remember
source
what
of
Pullman,
factual
Washington
information is going to be the court
was.
record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. As an
He's
attorney,
from Washington?
myself, my
Was
office,
that he was caught
we
in
are limited on
Pennsylvania?
what we
Because
are
he was the
allowed by the
Pennsylvania
courts
was something
to
in
say
this case.
outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated,
Caught in PA?
this is
Okay,
not
okay.
the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why.
I would also like to know why.
Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
Look at his funny hat!
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your
No
attendance
motive
here today.
yet.
These tragic murders took
But I'll show
4
you some
young,
fun stuff.
vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry,
Animate Acumen.
his
We're
leadership,
watching
and the
a
entire Moscow
live
Police
press
Department
briefing.
for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has
Tiny
deterred
camera
the commitment
adjustment.
of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as
Jesus
we know,
Christ,
as
I'll
you
say
know,
hard.
that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between
Because they're in the
Moscow Police
quarantine
Department,
zone of Idaho.
I'd like to express
obviously,
our
being.
appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also the work that
So
happened
is
in the last
are we not going to get any more
hours
information then? Is this
in
over? Are they at the
Pennsylvania
special
with the
thanks and
arrest with the
attributions
Pennsylvania
portion
State
of the press
Police
briefing now?
and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is
gonna
not
read
an
the
ending,
super
but
chats.
rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared. Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Wait, why? Why are they talking to the president of the university? What could he possibly have to add to this?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, president of University of Idaho. Today's news of arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our
PR for the university
family.
Oh my God.
The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength.
He needs to issue a statement that the uni is safe.
The international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community.
Is this supposed to make normies feel better? That like the principal person comes out and he's just like, everything's fine, don't worry about it.
We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department.
It's literally a super chat thanking. It's like, well, we can't give you more information on these 4 dead people, but hey, let's thank all of our sponsors, you know?
Dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest.
Don't worry, normies. The stabby stabs are not normal. We have very low stabby stab rate. Do not pay attention to the rate of rapes on this campus.
Maddie, Kaylee, Zana, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known.
Please do not have high-touch education.
With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Chief Fry.
Okay, French Fry, what's up? What's the update now? And here's the university president to thank Dude Weed 69 XX for an AK Super in support of these trying times. Thank you, Dude Weed 69 XX, for the $5. This will go towards helping our investigation.
Now we're open for questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Why'd he do it?
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what
really cute boots.
What lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that this time. We will have
some
those
crazy
answers. We'll
Redditor went crazy and killed 4 university students.
Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant,
Redditor.
Right? We still
have
talked about this in the past.
His account's already been completely deleted, but I got the archive.
Sure
don't worry.
That, we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Kohberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Kohberger?
There's someone at my door.
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Can't talk about the investigation, dummy. That's going to be like half of the questions, I guarantee
Dana Griffin
it.
with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohberger
Oh my God, this woman has the most newscaster voice I've ever heard.
He was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation, and that will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there.
Who is this 4chan?
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
That is part of the investigation, and that will come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
But is there an investigation?
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but
He might not be able to say it, but I can say it. This man was like following them on Instagram and shit. I don't know if he knew them in person.
Have you spoken to the
I don't have that
families?
information,
Can
but
you
he knew
tell
them on
us what,
social media.
They've told you today?
Are you talking to the victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victims' family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued to have contact with them.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Bryan and that people should still share
I hate this
information
man's
they have.
voice.
Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along,
What's the point of these questions, considering he pretty much can't reveal anything? Either to make him slip up and say something he's not supposed to, or ask the right question and maybe get some information.
Everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that, and are you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI.
Please don't delete everyone watching the broadcast.
That was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation where when this goes to trial, there is no
That's
doubt,
rude. He has like
that we've done
3
everything
hairs
right,
like Charlie
and we've
Brown.
slowed down, and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Oh no, Santa, I feel you. I can't stop coughing either.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
I love the corpo speak they have to use for this, though.
Can you tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect?
I can tell you, for a
Anal
lot
art
of law
and
enforcement, it was a
Elantra
fairly
is what he said.
sleepless, couple of days with, as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in
I
Spokane.
knew he lived in Pennsylvania.
I
knew I wasn't crazy.
You recovered an Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that was one of the biggest pieces of information you were asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
Don't call me that, Vash Pee-Pee.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. The additional police presence in
have a
town
radio
and on
voice.
campus, semester's coming. Is that going
They
to continue?
seized his cilantro.
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. You know, we're talking to Latah County as well. You will see a presence of us that we're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that. So you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. I'm going to take 2 more questions.
Hi, Chief. Julie Scott, ABC News. Can you tell us if you eventually had a license plate number to the Elantra and how you tracked it to Pullman?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out.
These fucking people.
Chief, hi, Matt Lovelace with the Merle College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Kohberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if he returned to campus after November 13th? And have you had any communication with departments on the WSU campus about his attendance?
So some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation.
Oh, heck.
We'll be asking some of those questions.
Tim-
but that'll come out in the near future.
Tim's mom is
So
at
what
the
I do
door.
wanna do
I'm
is I
actually
wanna
going to let
thank
this
you all.
play. I won't play
You
commercials.
really
I'll be right
have
back
been
a second.
the national voice for us. You've given us the opportunity to get many, many tips. And I do appreciate everything you've done. And we'll continue to look forward to working with you in the future on this. So I'd like to thank you for that and thank you for your time.
No.
Without further interruption, let's celebrate and suck some dick.
When I was doxxed, someone from Ron DeSantis' team called me.
Really?
Yes. And she said, the governor wanted me to give you a message. He said, if you don't feel safe, or you or your family, if you need a place to go, to hide, to stay, you can come to the governor's mansion.
What?
He said, we have a guest house for you, and you can come and stay as long as you need.
The governor of Florida did.
Yes. I can't even, I was almost in tears. Like, the
What?
governor of
Why,
Florida,
why
like,
did I
he's
come
nothing
back
but-
to being
like-
able to hide in the governor's mansion?
I'm
What the
living in
fuck is
California.
happening?
And he took time
What?
out of his, I'm assuming, extremely busy schedule.
I don't know what this is, but this isn't what we were watching. Florida Man. I'm back. How did it end? How did the thing end? They ended right after I left. Tim's mom was at the door. She had something for him. And he is dead right now. I'm alive. We're not gonna say shit. Did I rat out Tim's mold-eating ways to his mom? I did not have time to rat out his mold-eating ways. They said saying goodbye was part of the investigation and walked out. Okay, fucking checks out. We go back to Alpaca Ranch? Not yet. Not yet. We just watched this live press briefing. So we have some other stuff. No, this is not it. We have some other stuff to finish up going over with this. So for those of you, he's dead. Call 911 and report an unconscious individual. No, he's unironically unconscious right now. He's asleep. We have some stuff to go over still. So for those of you who had no idea what the fuck was going on when you came, what was that headline? Shh. For those of you who are just coming in and had no idea what the fuck we were watching,
What are we going to do on the bed?
This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super duper cute. That is all less than 3.
Fucking tabs, you psychopath.
What do I think the chances are that the suspect will off himself before he goes to trial? That's What's better than a hot woman telling you how people with certain protected movements are encouraging child molestation? What? What? But, yeah, no. I don't know what the chances of him offing himself before the trial are. But I am intensely confused listening to this, because he killed 4 people in the same house. Right, and at the beginning of that press briefing, they were saying how, like, people, like, one of them got home at, like, 20 something, and, like, the phone call to the police happened at, like, 1:48 or 1:58, so he killed 4 people in, like, less than half an hour, and there were 2 people home at the time. One of those people is the one who called the police, which means they didn't have headphones on, they were completely aware, they knew what was going on, and they reported an unconscious individual. Now, to be able to report an unconscious individual, they either had to have left their room after they heard a commotion and saw someone on the ground and immediately called the police instead of trying to wake up their friend whom they thought was unconscious, which is a weird thing to do in and of itself. As someone who has had to wake up many unconscious people, as someone who has had to drag unconscious people out of the road, as someone who has had to clean blood out of different objects in the house and the pavement outside, you don't call the police first. You try to wake up the unconscious person and then you call the police. All right, okay? And it's just very strange to me. All right? That this person's like, yeah, I heard this commotion, and I either didn't leave my room and reported someone is unconscious, which how the fuck would they know? Or they left the room, saw someone whole ass stabbed, and called the police and reported it as unconscious because they were, like, traumatically freaking out, right? And, like, if they walked out after a commotion and saw one person stabbed, how did they not know that they, like, were still in danger or not? You know, like, something is just very fishy about this to me. That auto-played the video of libs of TikTok saying that Ron DeSantis gave her asylum in the governor's mansion after she was doxxed. Oh, that's unironically a nice thing to do. That was actually very wholesome. You usually try to avoid calling them, especially in college. Yeah, like, especially in college, like, if your friend is passed out in your house, unconscious, like, these people had they're like TikTok videos of these people ingesting copious amounts of alcohol throughout the year. So it's like, if their friend was unconscious, how do they know they weren't just, like, drunk or on some drug, right? Like, it's very fishy. It's very fucking fishy. Stop bragging about my upbringing. I don't think there's anything to brag about with my upbringing. Smells like Sakana in here. Don't implicate him in this. So where I left off reading here was the students: Kaylee Goncalves, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were likely asleep when they were each stabbed multiple times in the early hours of November 13th. And even if someone was asleep, right, you might get away with killing, like, 1 or 2 of them before they're conscious, but the police officer in that briefing we heard also said multiple of these victims had defensive wounds, which means these victims woke up before they died. They, in fact, did not wake up dead. They just woke up in the process of being dead. So they were making noise that would have been audible to the other people in the house. And if you hear other people in the house getting stabulated, how do you like, just not open your doors or some shit? Like, I mean, not open, but, like, close them and, like, lock them. And I don't know. I don't think you can wake up dead. I don't know. Good Burger taught me that you could. We were on a bestiality ranch. We were. I had to put a pin in the bestiality ranch. I'm not going to call it that because I don't know what happened to the alpacas yet. I didn't read what happened. But we're going back to that. I had to put a pin in it because that press briefing was live at 4 p.m. That was a live press briefing. That wasn't a video. And I wanted to watch the press briefing live. So we put a pin in the alpacas and we're talking about this. And then I'm going to go back to the alpacas. We're going to circle around. You know, the students died. The alpacas died. It comes full circle. Okay? Simple. He told the people to shh before killing them.
Anya?
Stop putting things in the alpacas. Do not put things in the alpacas. Some of the victims had defensive wounds, a coroner has said. There was no sign of sexual assault. Well, considering he killed all 4 people in less than half an hour, there certainly wasn't any time for fucking sexual assault. The killings happened in the girl's off-campus house. 2 other roommates, who police said are not suspects, survived and likely slept through the murders, according to officials. How did they sleep through the murders if one of these roommates is who called the police immediately after the murders occurred? These bodies weren't even fucking cold when the police were called. So I'm a little confused here. The survivors were on the ground floor while the 4 victims were on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Police have said that they've been searching for a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra thought to have been near the home. They found an Elantra. Police said Thursday the rental home would be cleared of potential biohazards and other harmful substances to collect evidence starting Friday morning. It was unclear how long the work would take, but a news release said that the house would be returned to the property manager upon completion. The stabbing deaths took the small town of Moscow, Idaho, a farming community of about 25,000 people, including roughly 11,000 students, tucked into the rolling hills of northern Idaho's Palouse region. The case also enticed online sleuths who speculated about potential suspects and motives. In the early days of the investigation, police released relatively few details publicly. Fears of a repeat attack prompted nearly half of the University of Idaho students to switch to online courses for the remainder of the semester, abandoning dorms and apartments in the normally bucolic town for the perceived safety of their hometowns. Safety concerns also had the university hiring an additional security firm to escort students across campus and the Idaho State Police sending troopers to help patrol the city's streets.
Manya?
Alts, possibly? You ever heard of a deep sleeper? Well, if they're a deep sleeper, they wouldn't have just randomly woken up immediately after the murder's finished to call the police. They're like, that is, Forced online classes just because of a murder. It wasn't forced, it said the students wanted to. A lot of students opted to switch to online courses because they didn't feel safe. Looks like Detective Kirsche. The victims were also killed with a NyQuil-coated knife. God damn. God damn. Why would they be? It was a rental house that probably hasn't been updated since it was built in the 80s. Oh, you'll see. Don't worry. Maybe their phone wasn't on them, but in another room, and they were too scared to venture out to get it in case the killer realized they were still alive and finished them off. I mean, maybe. But then that still begs the question, why did they call the cops and say that someone was unconscious if they knew a stabbing was going on? I don't know, dude. This phone call is very fishy to me. It's very fishy. And let me see which one of these tabs I am opening next here. So, what makes this interesting is this guy, like I said, was a Redditor. Students wanted to switch to online courses according to university. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Impossible. Campuses are gun-free zones. Well, they didn't get killed on the campus. They got killed in campus housing. Not killed in campus housing. You ever watch someone's life fall apart in real time? We're talking about people who were murdered, Repult. Maybe do weird things when they're in fear for their lives and maybe pissing blood. It could just be that, like, you know, they're panicked and they said, you know, wrong shit on the phone, but something about the timing of this and one of the survivors making the call right after the murders happened. I don't know. Something is just tingling my suspicious gland. Campus housing is also no gun. If I lived in campus housing and my campus was like, you're not allowed to have firearms on the property, I'd be like, okay. And then I would proceed to bring my firearms on the property. what are they gonna do? Have like weekly inspections of like my sex toy box? I don't think so. Honestly, if this does not glow, people in the dorm probably stashed themselves into small spaces and prayed while the phone call was from someone who walked in after the fact. It wasn't in a big dorm. This was a house, like an apartment building. It had like 4 bedrooms, I think. There were 4 people that were murdered, and there were 2 people who were not murdered. So 6 total people in the house. 6 total. That's how you get expelled. Please. Please. Your new apartment is like that? You'll break that rule politely? If I wasn't in campus housing and my landlord tried telling me I'm not allowed to have firearms on the property, I'd be like, nah, fuck you. Just like how campus housing was alcohol free. Oh yeah, imagine that. Your campus had weekly inspections and never kicked you out for your alcoholic products, aka your shot glasses. Yeah, and I mean, like, if I have a box with like sex toys in it, who's gonna want to go through that, right? I was like, please, I could just label a lockbox sex toys and put my firearms in it. They were escorting kids on campus where the signs keep guns away, like crosses, keep vampires away. Your uni had a whole court case about firearms on campus and lost. Was great. God damn. Do we have the IDs of the survivors? If it doesn't glow, you're gonna guess it was a Hwyman moment? Well, it was a male who killed them. It was a male who killed them. 3 women were murdered. 1 man was murdered. The 2 survivors are men. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure both of them are men. Those are my sex guns. Gross. I don't want someone to go through my sex guns. But, the guy that murderated people... Let me make sure I have the correct images lined up here. 1 second. 1 second. I don't want to click on the wrong thing. Okay. So, we want to go here first. Like I said, this man's was a Redditor. His Reddit account has already been deleted. All of his posts have been expunged. They were up as of a few hours ago, but it was like around 2 o'clock or so that everything got deleted. So if you want to look at anything he has done, you have to use an archive. All of his posts and stuff have been archived. The most prominent one was about 7 months ago. He made a Reddit post that said, "Hello, my name is Brian, and I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included in the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. Your identity and all answers provided are also completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. This research has been approved by the DeSales University IRB. Participants must be 18 years of age or older. If you opt to participate, you may terminate participation at any time and for any reason. If you have any questions about this research, you may contact the research team via email. Student investigator is Bryan Kohberger and there's his like email and shit. Anonymous link to survey. The survey is no longer open. This form does not work. And as you can see, this was back before they took it down. All of the people of Reddit are just like, whoa, that's so weird. Why I'm losing my shit, Morty? Fuck, dude. Oh, not my sex guns. Sounds like he MK Ultra'd himself. Interesting. Sounds like a gore movie script. It's definitely an interesting thing that he was basically studying criminals and their decision-making abilities and what led to them getting caught before he perpetrated this. And then the link to the questions here. After committing the crime, what were you thinking and feeling? How did you leave the scene? Before leaving, is there anything else you did? How did you accomplish your goal? Please explain what you were thinking and feeling. What was the first move you made in order to accomplish your goal? Please detail any thoughts. Before making your move, how did you approach the victim or target? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling. Why did you choose that victim or target over others? After arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target, i.e. person or object? Please detail your thoughts and feelings. How many puppies did you kill in your lifetime? Well, again, this was posed as a questionnaire towards people who were convicted of crimes. He said that if you weren't convicted for your most recent crime, you can still participate, but he was specifically looking for people who were caught and convicted. This man was using this to try and plan the perfect crime. Yeah, like now that we know what this man has done, it definitely looks like he was trying to gather information to make an attempt at not being caught. However, we now know that he was very, very, very bad. And this is why we need a college reform in the United States, because if our colleges were doing their due diligence and producing students of quality, he definitely would have been able to get away with this. He didn't make it. What a loser. You don't study the ones who got caught, though. Well, you study the ones who got caught to understand what not to do. Like, I can understand that approach, right? Because a lot of the ones that did get away with it aren't going to tell you fucking everything. Oh, God, hiccups. Low-quality criminals. God damn, dude. He was going to post it for the Reddit gold, honestly. And, I had the CNN article open here as well. There's 9 new updates. Let's refresh this and see what they have. Police chief says investigators are still determining a motive and searching for a murder weapon. Don't have any info. University of Idaho president says school will carry on legacy of students who were killed. I wonder what kind of legacy they have. County prosecutor, Santa. In fact, this is a new beginning, okay? County prosecutor says criminal complaint charging suspect was filed Thursday. Latah County prosecutor Santa said a criminal complaint was filed yesterday charging Bryan Kohberger with 4 counts of first-degree murder and felony burglary. Is felony burglary, can you get charged with that if you just break into a house and not steal anything? Or does that imply that he took something from the house? Still waiting for the magic line. Was he or was he not known to the FBI? That's a good question. If anything, this is proof of the futility of public education. You can hand people like that all the information in the world and they'll never make use of it, no matter how obvious of a relevant situation they find themselves. It's true and fair. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, this is sealed. It's a pending investigation, dude. Police chief acknowledges public frustration with lack of updates. Idaho police chief confirms arrest. Blah, blah, blah. We heard that. Timeline of key events related to the killings. November 12th, they were all students at the University of Idaho who lived nearby off campus. That night, Chapin and Kernodle went to a party, and Mogan and Gonclaves went to a downtown bar. Mogan and Gonclaves ordered at a late-night food truck at about 1:41 a.m. The food truck's live Twitch stream shows... There's a live Twitch stream of food trucks? I mean, that's helpful, but what the fuck? As they waited for their food, they could be seen chatting with each other and with other people standing by the truck. The 2 students did not seem to be in distress or in danger in any way, said the guy who manages the truck. Chapin and Kernodle are believed to have returned home around 1:45 a.m. Gonclaves and Mogan used a private party for a ride home at about 1:56. 2 other roommates at the home were not injured, but woke up later in the morning and summoned friends to the home because they believed one of the victims had passed out and was not waking up. Call to 911 was made just before noon. Okay, so these are different times. This makes a bit... Okay, this timeline makes a bit more sense. Call to 911 was made just before noon about an unconscious person at the residence. So now it's not as weird on timeline. They got home all before 2, and then they were murdered sometime between getting home and when they were found at noon. And then the person summoning other friends to the house to check out the victims who were passed out makes sense, right? They call the friends before they call the cops. That makes sense. But then they still called the cops and said an unconscious person, where they had time to call the friends and check the bodies and notice, hey, you know, there's a lot of stab wounds in my friend's body. Maybe they're not just unconscious. Man, I wonder why the guy with the stab wounds won't wake up. Oh my god. Never call the cops first? You can't trust them? No, I agree. That's why I'm saying it makes more sense that they called friends first. But it doesn't make sense that when they called 911, they still said unconscious person. Yeah, it's about a 10-hour gap now, yeah? Because they got home before 2 a.m. and the 911 call was made just before noon. So it's a 10-hour gap. which, if they were asleep, makes a bit more sense. Panic is shit. It could just be panic. I could be being too harsh on them. It could definitely be panic. 10-hour gap of Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Yeah, they could have definitely been asleep and just slept through the murders at this point. The timeline makes more sense than what it sounded like the police officer said. 10-hour gap makes sense. Probably all got home drunk. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There was no sign of forced entry or damage. So if there was no sign of forced entry or damage, that means that the man who came in, they either left the door unlocked because they're in a high trust college town, or there was like a window open somewhere maybe, or someone on the inside let him in. I guess, or he could have a key as well. That's also a possibility. Panic might make them stuck on a couple of words. Very, very possible. Very possible. Is this a situation where the cops weren't called because of ACAB and delayed their potential treatment? No. No. If I am in a situation, right, where like we're college kids, we're not allowed to have college or alcoholic beverages in our college housing, the first thing I'm going to do is call my friends or consult with other friends in the house that are still alive before I call the police, right? Because, like, if for some reason I'm missing the stab wounds and all of the blood and I'm just like, Casey's passed out again, I'm not going to call the cops, right? They forgot to lock it because they were fucked up. That's also true, forgetting to lock it. I think I mentioned they left the door unlocked. I guess I said high trust instead of also forgetting. So they could have just left the door unlocked. Bypassing locks is dead easy. You don't even leave traces these days. They teach on YouTube and sell the tools on Amazon. They said there was no signs of forced entry or damage, though. And I feel like if he managed to, like, bypass a lock, there would be some evidence of, like, tampering with it. First thing you do is make a TikTok video. Don't be a nurse. First thing you should do is make sure they can't choke on their vomit. It's like, that's another thing. If these students know how to make sure their friends don't choke on their vomit because they're blackout drunk and that's what they're thinking, wouldn't they have moved the body to, like, on their side? And then, especially if they're moving the fucking corpse, they'd be like, oh, there's stab wounds and blood here. I don't know, dude. I guess Trish menstruated all over the place and is now unconscious. I was like, there's still some things that are a little suspicious to me, dude. November 15th, Moscow police issued a statement saying an edged weapon, such as a knife, was used in the killing. No suspects were in custody, and no murder weapon had been found. On the 16th, police chief Mr. Fry held a news conference, the department's first in the case, and reiterated there was no suspect. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from the residence. Investigators said they had determined the victims were likely asleep before they were attacked. Detectives by then had conducted 38 interviews with people who may have information about the killings and had taken the contents of 3 dumpsters near the house in case they held evidence. Investigators also asked local businesses if there had been any recent purchases of a fixed blade knife. Hoping for tips from the community, investigators released a map and timeline of the victims' movements last weekend. The map shows the 4 students spent most of the night separated in pairs. I didn't know they still did interviews in pairs. Interesting. Forced entry is more like a crowbar or bolt tools that leave scratches. I'm sure they're also not able to release, like, more pertinent, like, information, because it's definitely possible that the police are looking for another suspect, but they can't release that kind of information because if they let on that they feel like there might be another person involved in this, it could tip off that person. So going with the we got the guy, we have the guy, it's just the guy, is definitely an investigation angle that happens on occasion. There was a case recently that actually did that, and I can't remember which one. What state was this? You've been in and out? It's Idaho. It's Idaho State. I am luscious. What the hell? What the hell? Wait a minute. You can gift tier 3 subs? Hold on. Wait a minute. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. I didn't even know you could gift tier 3s. Jesus Christ. Luscious, my guy. That is fucking huge. Thank you. Thank you for fucking 5 tier 3 gift subs. Jesus Christ. How did I not? It's never happened before, so I never thought it was possible. I don't think about that stuff. I don't think about that. Thank you. Thank you, Luscious, my dude. You are accurate to your name. Oh shit, thanks. Congrats. Congrats on the 5 fucking people who won tier 3 sub RNG. Heckin' Salt Shaker, Andres, The Northman, Spaznaz, Eddie Lombardo, and Strike of Rome. Thank you, Hey I'm Luscious. Thank you. Sorry if tangent, but have I heard that Overprime lost 85% of their players in 3 weeks? I did not, and I am interested, honestly. Fake Findom streamer. I'm not a Findom streamer! Spaznaz got fed sniped. Honestly, dude, Jesus. Oh my god. Luscious, what the heck? This man literally followed 12 minutes ago and then just threw his dick around in chat. Holy crap, thank you. Jesus, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Dummy, no fandom. I am dummy. Is there a difference between the tiers here?
What a sub. 10 out of 10.
Luscious, thank you for subbing at tier 3. Holy fuck. Oil Baron love, dude. Thank you. Fuck me, dude. The differences between the tiers is you get emotes at tier 2 and tier 3 that tier 1 doesn't have access to. I have empty emote slots, so I have empty emote slots and they will be filled eventually. We just hit 700 sub points a couple weeks ago, and so I got another emote slot from that. More high tier subs unlock more emote slot. That's true. High tier subs also give me more points per sub. You've been watching my stuff for over a year. You literally just got not lazy enough to sign in. That is some deep trench warfare lurking, my guy. Holy shit. Well, thank you for coming out of the shadows, luscious friend. Feel free. You don't feel pressured to like have to talk more now. It's okay. Tier 3 is 25 each, so 6 of them is 300. Not sure what percentage between streamer and Bezos. Tier 3 has a higher percentage split that goes to me than to Amazon, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. I can't remember it. It's 70-30. It might be 70-30. I don't really look at that. I don't ask you. I don't solicit you guys for stuff very often, so I don't remember the names or the prices of stuff off the top of my head. I'm not a very good Findom streamer. They will be filled. They will be filled. 6 times 25 is 150. What? I just read Daninshi's chat. I just read the chat. I can't do math. I was like, that sounds like it's more than the 6, but 50-50 for T1. 60-40 for T2, 70-30 for T3. Main reason to do T3 is more money for Findom and less for the Bezos Dom. That makes sense. Tier 2 is a nice middle ground, in your opinion. I appreciate the support regardless. we don't have to start bullying. You're only a tier 1 sub? You only have $5 a month? Oh my god. The fuck you mean? Bezos is a sub 110%. What the fuck? Da Vinci tried. It's okay. An attempt was made. Confirmed tier 1 subs have a 3-inch PP. Don't make me get out the credit card. I'll measure. Tier 1 sub is a $5 foot long. But my meat is better than Subway's meat because it's all natural, baby. And it's Prime too. What you gonna do about it? Oh my god. Prime is good though, I think, because I don't think Daddy Bezos gets a split from Prime. Unless they change that at some point as well too. I should maybe look at numbers more often. I don't know, dude. T1s get out. Don't bully! Oh, don't bully! Let's just did the 105. You had to do that quick maths, dude. I believe in you. And it doesn't have Jared Fogle. That's correct. I do not play Roblox. Where do it? November 20th. Police had fielded a lot of tips. We read this in the other article. Moscow police released a list of people who they believe are not involved in the crime, including the 2 surviving roommates. I don't believe that. This is definitely a red herring. One of these roommates is definitely implicated somehow, allegedly. It's a feeling I have, you know. A man in the grub truck surveillance video. The private party driver who took Gonclaves and Mogan home. The man Gonclaves and Mogan called numerous times the night they were killed, and any person at the home when 911 was called. Police believe the attack was indeed targeted, but investigators could not conclude if the target was the residents or its occupants. Well, that would be weird. Why would he target the residents specifically, especially if he is from out of state? You're T3, you just hide the stars. You never actually have given Foxu money, just stolen subs from oil barons. Please, please, sir, just a smidgen. Just a crumb of subscription. Maybe he just hated that house. It is a very ugly house, to be fair. To be fair, dude. Regarding Gonclaves possibly having a stalker, police and investigators identified an incident in October in which two men were seen at a business, and one man appeared to follow Gonclaves inside as she exited her car. The man did not make contact with her. Oh, who had stalker on the bingo card when we were talking about him following them on social media earlier? Investigators contacted both men and learned they were trying to meet women at this business. Detectives said that they believe this was an isolated incident and not a pattern of stalking, and said there was no evidence to suggest the men were involved in the killings. Oh, okay, so the stalkers were completely separate. Just kidding. Investigators say they are now interested in speaking with the occupant or occupants of a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra spotted near the crime scene. Police give update on the Idaho killings arrest. Okay, all right, that's the briefing we just watched. Soon share information we just watched here. Brian Christopher Kohberger, 28, according to the criminal complaint. Kohberger's DNA has also been matched to genetic material recovered at the off-campus house where the students were stabbed to death, according to the sources. Kohberger is a graduate student at a nearby college studying at Washington State University's Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, according to a now-removed university graduate directory. The original link listing Kohberger's name was seen by CNN earlier Friday. WSU has not responded to CNN's request for comment. A CNN team filmed law enforcement outside of WSU graduate residence that Moscow police say is connected to Kohberger. WSU police are searching the apartment at the request of Moscow police, and Moscow police can confirm that to CNN. Authorities learned the suspect had left the area and went to Pennsylvania. FBI surveillance team from the Philadelphia field office has been tracking him for 4 days in the area where he was arrested, according to the sources. So, were the FBI surveilling him before he murder-rated, or did they just like want to surveil this guy after they learned he might be a suspect? Because someone did mention how well known was he to the FBI. While he was being watched, investigators from the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police Homicide Bureau, and the FBI worked with prosecutors to develop sufficient probable cause to obtain the warrant. Once the arrest warrant was issued, the Pennsylvania State Police and the FBI made the arrest. He was arraigned. Arrest comes after police say they had a bunch of tips, blah, 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 blah. Some of the victims had defensive wounds. Idaho murder is a suspect, blah, blah, blah. We know all of this. They narrowed their focus. Suspect arrested on first-degree murder warrant in Pennsylvania. What we know about the University of Idaho murder victims. Let's see here. These are the stories of the victims. I'm Law and Order SVU now, by the way. Kermodal was a junior studying marketing and was a member of Phi Beta Phi. I was never a sorority person. Please don't mind my Greek. The university said her sister Jasmine Kernodal describes her as a positive, funny woman who was loved by many and was one of a kind. Xana was one of the best people I've ever known, Jasmine Kernodal said in a statement to CNN. I wish I could have more time with her. She had so much life left to live. You rarely get to meet someone like Xana. Why? Okay. Why was she named after medication, though? Like, all I can think of is Xanax when I read her name. You kind of hate that you're waiting for the FBI phrase now. Thanks for joining me at the end of my second week of running. Calves are weak. Hell yeah! Get that nice feeling in your weak-ass calves right now. Just fucking that exhaustion. You don't even want to move after. Tier selector. Interesting. You can gift up to 40 tier 3 subs at once. That's a lot. What the fuck? What the fuck? They were just watching him for fun. I understand, FBI. I also like watching people for fun. Ethan Chapin. Chapin was a freshman majoring in recreation, sport, and tourism management. I didn't think that was something that you went to college for, but alright. And a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity. His mother, Stacy Chapin, describes her son as a kind, loyal, and loving person who lit up every room he walked into. Words cannot express the heartache and devastation our family is experiencing. What a contrast to that emote that Aunts just posted in chat. Chapin was one of a set of triplets, all of whom are enrolled in the University of Idaho, the family said in a statement. Huh. Kaylee, Gonclaves, and Madison Mogan. Not important enough to have their own sections. They're just thrown in together, honestly. Gonclaves was a senior majoring in general studies and a member of the Alpha Phi sorority, according to the university. Mogan was also a senior. She was studying marketing and was a member of the Pi Beta Phi. Alvea Gonclave sent a statement to the Idaho Statesman on behalf of her younger sister Kaylee's family and Mogan's family. They were smart, vigilant, and were careful, and still, this all happened. No one is in custody, and that means no one is safe. Fear-mongering. Marketing. You think you'll let someone else take the title of first to give 43 tier 3 subs? Oh, Jesus Christ, don't do that. People go to school for a lot of things they don't need to. That's true. His visage is terrifying, by the way. Like, he is a horrific looking human being. Like, I could just see his face twisted into some, like, AI pattern. Oh, makes me scared. It's Germa. There's no way he looks like Germa. I don't know. The only time I've ever seen Germa is watching Yuri's stream, so I can't build a mental image of him. Welcome to VTuber Law and Order, dude. Suspected Idaho student murderers investigation has already been arraigned. It's a house. All right. Police have received tips. There's crying people. All right. Let's go to the 2 new updates. What are the 2 new ones? 2 Moscow residents react with relief to the arrests. It's been very scary not knowing who's out there. I knew they would, but it was just taking so long, and I'm happy for their families. All right. A suspect arrested Friday in connection with the Idaho student killings had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania and is being held without bond, Latah County Prosecutor Santa said during tonight's news conference. And the warrant from our magistrate judge also provides no bond. We understand he's scheduled to be back in court next Tuesday and that a public defender has been appointed for him. Once Kohberger's in Idaho, he's expected to make an initial appearance before a magistrate. And this is not the end of this investigation. This is a new beginning. They're just repeating what we heard in the briefing earlier. Let me close my browser for a second here. Bloop. He looks more like Jake Gyllenhaal. Oh my god, I haven't heard that man's name in ages. Absolutely have ice packs on legs right now. I like the heat. I like the heat a little bit more. All right, so as with all strange happenstances, and you know, this maybe could point out why this man used a knife instead of a gun. Deep internet investigators found out that his sister wrote a poem about the Uvalde, Texas shooting. All right, this is an article about a poem his sister wrote. As I sat this morning, reeling from yet another school shooting, I found myself wrestling with which actions need to be taken to stop all the madness. What is the answer? Gun control measures? Mental health intervention? Then I received a message from my daughter who works as a mental health therapist in New Jersey. She shared a poem she had written while in the greatest depths of despair. It shook me to my core, and I felt the need to share it. May 24th, 2022. Uvalde, Texas, written by Melissa Kohberger. Bereft of their laughter, there is now not a sound as we lower our children into the ground. Small hands and feet buried 6 feet deep into the earth of the world that failed them. As I read the poem, I thought, whatever the solution, I pray we consider the children before the gun. Maybe no, nothing to connect here. You know, maybe there's nothing wrong. Maybe they just, you know, have some strange opinions on gun control, but it's a little weird that people who are very, very much against the firearms to the point of making strange, self-soothing poems about it suddenly have a relative who stabbed 4 people to death. Ban sharp, pointy things. Now, we still have a little bit more freedom than the UK at this point. The guy is the son of a journalist. I don't know exactly, like, his mom wrote this, but, like, I don't know exactly what his mom does. This was published back in June on the Pocono Record. Has one firearm ever been convicted of murder? Unaware. 3 emotes are locked. One is 5,000, one is tier 2 sub, one is tier 3 sub. Yeah. He probably had a lol science for a knife. Oh, a loisance. I was like, a lol science. What Reddit joke is this? Someone considered the children before the gun. He considered the children and said they don't get the gun, they get the knife. Fuck me. And then, what else did we have here? There were some weird, like, schizo posts, as there usually are, when anything like this happens. You know, there's, like, some people just, like, typing some real weird shit. And, for a while, some people were, like, buying into the schizo posting. Sort of like the, his mom drove him to the protest kind of thing, right? So you got the, I hung their intestines from a ceiling fan and shoved my knife up one of the whammons. I'm hiding in the woods, good luck catching me. And someone tried to implicate one of the other roommates who was, like, in there. But, this is just schizo posting, and let me show you, you know, we can go here. Have you ever looked inside the home where a murder just took place? Have you ever done that? When I worked insurance, we would sometimes get files. Where we would see the aftermath of either a suicide or a murder, and we would have the photos after the body was removed, but before the cleanup crews could do anything about the damages, because as an insurance company, those damages are, like, part of what we might cover, depending on our insured's plan. So I saw a lot of fucked up pictures working in insurance when I was doing property. You guys are not going to see fucked up images, because this is the house prior to the murders occurring. But if we go into the house here, like, as you can see, it is a very ugly house. It is a very ugly house. But as you can see inside, there are no ceiling fans anywhere. There's no ceiling fans. Do not believe the schizo posting. There's no ceiling fans. No fans, just casual inside, no ceiling fans. Do not believe the schizo posting. Well, that little rainbow beam is a nice touch. It's a nice touch. Nice touch, honestly. But what if you want to believe? Do not believe. And you know what I find really weird? You know what I find really fucking strange? This sign, I don't know why it keeps auto-turning, but this sign here, it says good vibes, neon sign, click. And I'm like, what? And you click on it, and then there's like a fucking stalker post. Like, somebody took a picture of this fucking good vibes wall poster from outside of their house? Who fucking does that? That's so fucking strange, dude. Why are there no ceiling fans? As you can see by this grate below the good vibe sign, this house has central air. So you don't need ceiling fans if you have central air. My apartment doesn't have ceiling fans because we don't need it. The call is coming from inside the house. Yeah, that's fucking strange. Why is this here? As long as it's not from the Australian woman that killed and ate her husband, that house gave multiple veteran cops PTSD. I'm kind of interested. Dude. Central air in Washington State. What the fuck? This is in Idaho. This house is in Idaho. But again, literally no ceiling fans. It's just another angle of this room. You can see the central air vent. All right, okay. There's another angle. Again, no ceiling fan. Hallway. No ceiling fan in the kitchen. No ceiling fan. Do not believe the schizos. You are literally in the murder house right now, And you can see for yourself. There's no fucking ceiling fans. Your house has 2 AC units and there's a fan in every room. I'm not saying that, like, it's normal or not. I'm just saying that, like, a lot of places that have central air don't have fans. A lot of places do not. The house I lived in as a child, there were no ceiling fans either. You can see the living room from here. No ceiling fans. No ceiling fans. Where am I in the pictures here? This is another hallway. I don't like how thin this staircase looks. But no ceiling fans. A lot of fire detectors. No ceiling fans. What's this? Hallway? Hallway window? Bathroom floor looks kind of fucked. A little pulley downy guy? Little pulley downy boy for the attic? No ceiling fan. Bathroom? A little stand-up shower, dude. No ceiling fans. No ceiling fans. That's a weird flush for a toilet, though. Well, weird toilet flusher. Bedroom? No ceiling fans. Bedroom? No ceiling fans. A single coat hanger. So now you've seen every room in the house. No ceiling fans. Don't believe the schizos. You don't like the asymmetry of the rooms? I don't like the way the house looks. It's ugly as fuck. Shit's ugly as fuck, dude. Ceiling fan costs like $5 to run the whole year and makes air feel 3 degrees cooler. Nothing beats the value. Yeah, I mean, you could throw one in there, but, like, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's fucking necessary. I don't feel like I would need a fan. Can we count the bathroom vent as a ceiling fan? No, fuck you.
Ooh, woo.
Ooh, woo. Your childhood home had a ceiling fan. It's in your pictures of me as a kid. I don't know how you got those. And I definitely did not have a ceiling fan. We did it. It was us. Idaho potatoes are russet potatoes, but grown in Idaho and held to a certain standard. Well, I like the high standard of Idaho potato. Your room, for some reason, receives less AC and heat than every other room. You're glad you have a ceiling fan to supplement. Well, I just wanted to let you know there's no ceiling fans. We had a very quick tour of a murder house. Who was Kirsche stalking today? Well, they're dead. I can't stalk them, so... Catherine Knight is the name. She's an interesting person, so if I want a fun thing to look at, I probably won't remember her name. It's not just temp, it's about airflow. I mean, I have a box fan in my bedroom, but that's not a ceiling fan, and I'm not about to mount that shit to my ceiling. If they were drunk, you're surprised they got up that janky driveway on the weird angled street. This green barrel is just asking to be fucking run into. And then, what else? What else do we got? I'm dying. What else do we got on these weird happenstance things? I couldn't find any real information on the 2 surviving roommates, which is what I want to know about, right? I want more information on the 2 that survived, because something strikes me as kind of fucking fishy about those 2 surviving roommates, you know? I want to know. I want to know. And what is also kind of interesting to me is this video. This video of, like, apparently we have another instance of, like, boomers leaking onto 4chan.
Thank Medusa. Thank all of them. But it was chaotic. So yeah, now there's this group of grannies.
Group of grannies?
Who are loving the 4chan. The 4chan.
The grannies are loving the 4chan chatters.
A little bit startled at some of the pornography they've seen in the 4chan.
Do not show the grannies pornography on the 4chan.
And poor Grandma Beryl, who on her computer is now a little penis, and she doesn't know how to fix that. And I keep picturing, like this morning I was in stitches because I was picturing Christmas Day, and there's Granny at the table in her 4chan cap and T-shirt because she's bought merchandise and given them her credit card.
Why did the granny buy 4chan merchandise? Grandma! And now she's sitting there in her 4chan merchandise, drinking out of her anonymous mug. And there's a little penis on her screen, and she doesn't know how to get rid of it. Granny!
Details. But it's all anonymous. Yeah, right. It's all anonymous.
Yeah, right.
And her grandchildren are rocking up going, what's everyone been up to? But before we all share what we've been up to, Granny, what the hell? Are you wearing a 4chan cap and t-shirt? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm a very big fan of 4chan.
This is gonna be me in like 40 years if I get a husband, dude.
Grandma? I'm sleuthing. I'm in a Facebook group and we are going to solve the quadruple murder in Idaho.
Grandma's like, I'm a huge fan of 4chan. Look at how many murders they solved. I want to be a part of this one. Doris, okay? I'm in the Gram squad on Facebook, and we are going to help the weaponized autists solve this Idaho quadruple murder. I'm gonna be a part of it. I'm a part of the 4chans. Fuck. This granny's fucking awesome. I know, right? And her kids are like, Gram, didn't you know? 4chan is a famous white supremacist website. You can't be there. You have to go to Reddit, Grandma. Granny autism on full fucking blast. I love it. She's knitting scarves for the autism detectives. I want a fucking granny scarf. I want one. Fucking $4,000. I am going to be so happy when I see the day of grandmas wearing fucking like little clover hats with $4,000 on it. Fucking please make that happen.
And in my travels, I heard people discussing 4chan.
4chan.
Someone very kindly dropped a link. It's now on my computer and my iPad and my phone.
4chan has completely infiltrated this woman. It's on her iPhone and her iPad and her mind. It's like Loeb, dude. Computra. I don't know how Australians talk, you know. The 4chan. I like how she says it.
I get notifications. It took me a while to adjust to the live threads and the archived threads, but a very nice young man in the 4chan helped me out.
Whoever you are, nice young man in the 4chan who helped the granny learn how to navigate live threads, updating in real time, going full speed ass to mouth as a happening occurs. Cheers to you. You should be the first one to get a $4,000 officially knitted scarf.
And they are more reputable than Wikipedia.
They are, that's true.
Or any credible news service.
Also true.
It's Granny's Gone Wild waiting the truck up. They're off their rockers. They think 4chan is, you know, a great place to go.
I love Granny's Gone Wild.
A lot of them are having troubles getting onto 4chan, so in this Facebook group, I've noticed there's a young man who's very kindly allowing each of them to message him privately, and he can help them get in there.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, just message me privately, Granny. For the low price of feet pics, I will spoon feed you instead of telling you to lurk more.
He's essentially recruiting lambs to the slaughter.
I know she said recruiting lambs to the slaughter, but that was a perfect opportunity to say recruiting grams to the slaughter. Honestly, like, she fucked that one up. She fucked that up hard. This man is taking grams to the slaughter. He's showing them the 4chan with the little PPs on the screen. Granny gonna be scrolling poll for the next big update thread in the quadruple murder case and gonna get hit with the white women are literally built for BBC! How can white boys compete?
And I can't stop laughing, and I feel I shouldn't laugh because I know that this isn't going to end well for some of them. But there's so many of them, and I mean, they're still accusing every person under the sun in this Facebook community for being the killer, even as things are getting put out that debunk things.
You see, the nice mans from the 4chans in the computer led the grands to the website, but what he didn't warn them about is the schizo posting, all right? Before you take any new fresh baby vanilla cone friend to this place, you have to let them know that all of the stories written here are fictitious and none of it is real, all right, okay? Like, sometimes things are real, but you gotta take everything with a massive grain of pink Himalayan sea salt, dude. Like, this is Granny Kirsche. I'm just actually looking into the future. Reminds me of that 90-year-old German woman arrested as part of a monarchist coup. Schizo posting versus Grand's dementia posts. Grandma, I told you for the last time you can't wear that green frog shirt out in public. He's a white supremacist symbol, Gran. You're not part of the anonymous network, Grandma. You're not going to get the "He will not divide us" flag. Get back to the kitchen. Holy shit, you mean the green texts are not 100% true and factual? What have you been doing with your life? Oh my god. Based 4 grand. One of those grandmas were like, I have no idea what's going on, but he's real cute. I'm gonna get me a cabana boy. For one, welcome our new grand board. Fuck. That's a great April Fool's joke though, right? Can we actually, like that one year that they did fucking ML poll, can we instead of ML poll just change poll to gran for like a day? Can we do that?
Like, for example, all those people saying Hoodie Guy was creepy, and now there's footage of Hoodie Guy and the girls rocking up to the food truck together. Suddenly they've shut up about blaming him, haven't they?
Yeah. Hey, you gotta shut up. Don't blame Hoodie, man. He was rocking up. He was rocking up with them girls. Who talks like that? Hoodie Guy? Like one of the news reporters asked in the press conference. The news reporter was like, what about all the people who were accusing others of being the killer when they weren't? And it's just like, that's the schizo posting, you know? That's the schizo posting. Gran, you gotta relax, or you can't just believe all of the schizo posters. Gran would be far more based than Pol was ever. I feel like Gran would be at least 5 times as racist as Pol, but on accident instead of on purpose.
So they're on to the next people. But a few people have posted some screenshots from 4chan.
Oh no, not the screenshots.
And now, the very victims, the 4chan trolls, and I'm not saying they're all trolls, but let's be honest. Let's be real here.
The sweetest racist
It's
grannies.
not a place for grannies to be hanging out.
Oh, that's just ageist, all right? You can't say that the grannies are not allowed to hang out on 4chan, okay? Gran has seen at least one dick in her life. She can handle a couple of small penises on the screen from 4chan, okay? Free the grannies, exactly! Let the grannies roam free, okay?
They think that the people of 4chan like them because they refer to them as wine mums. Moms.
Wine mom, in parentheses, derogatory. And it's like, I can see that being like endearing in a way, right? For the 4chan people are just like, oh my god, we have wine moms? The wine moms are trying to help the autists solve the case? Why wouldn't they be happy about it, right? Like, wine moms might have some kind of dumb takes, but it's also like, where else are you gonna get your tendies from? You want your fucking good boy points, don't you? Piece of shit. Wine, the alcohol. Not why. Jannies are grannies, dude.
I mean, What? Every day there's a new thing. I mean,
Every day there's a new thing. It's literally happening! It's happening!
I was horrified a week ago because Joseph Morris was faking evidence.
What?
And this week, I'm watching women, for the most part, older women, speaking about 4chan like it's the best thing ever.
I mean...
I've got a vivid imagination. I would never, in a million years, have said or predicted that one day people's grandmothers and mothers would be hanging out in 4chan.
4chan! It's like everybody thought that Pol was a board of racist, lonely, incel ideology-fueled, cishet white men and traps. When in reality, the Pol board is just a bunch of grannies playing bingo. The grannies have been shit posting us about BBC for the last decade. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? You love the way she says it? I do! It's fucking funny. 4chan. Grannies were built for the... No! Oh my god. Wasn't the old people coming on board what killed Facebook? I mean, maybe. If it's just the grandmas, like, maybe that's fine, right? When you get too many boomers, you get stuff like people thinking QAnon is real. But maybe this is a good thing, right? If the grannies go to 4chan, they'll see stuff like QAnon being written in real time, and then they can tell their husbands, they can be like, Harold, I saw on the 4chan that QAnon isn't real. These guys with the Black Lives Matter and Ghana flags, they made up the QAnon. Harold, you have to listen to me. It's not real. Look, this man doesn't even have a flag. There's a question mark on it. It's not real, Harold.
Never in my wildest dreams. And the thing is, they've all got FOMO.
Holy shit. She said FOMO? But the way she said FOMO, it took my brain a second to understand that she said FOMO instead of something else. I'm gonna rewind that.
Never in my wildest dreams. And the thing is, they've all got FOMO. None of them want to wait till somebody posts another screenshot. They want to be there.
Yeah.
Catching it happening live.
Yeah. It's addicting. It's fun as fuck. FOMO.
And they're all pouring into 4chan.
They've all got homo. Well, yeah, of course. They're on 4chan. Everyone's gay there.
You probably don't want to go there. And this is why. Like, the warnings are being ignored.
The consequences will never be the same.
The grannies want a part of the 4chan, as they call it.
You hear that? The grannies want a part of you. The grannies are coming for you.
They got to be there. With the lads.
The lads! You guys are my lads.
I just can't believe it. I'm in shock. And I can't stop picturing all these women in 4chan baseball caps and t-shirts. I used to call YouTube Bizarro World, and I feel like that doesn't really sum it up properly anymore.
Grandma about to bring you some butterscotch Werthers. She gonna be like, oh, Billy, I'm out of chicken tendy points for you today, but I appreciate that screenshot you gave me of the latest happening, Billy. Billy, have a Werther's. Thank you very much.
Just way past Bizarro. It's fucking batshit crazy. But I keep thinking, don't feel bad that you're laughing at this, because it is pretty funny in a potentially horrifying kind of way. Because surely these grannies raise their children and grandchildren, you know, you learn from your mistakes. You learn from your mistakes.
Wait, why are you saying that, Nim? What happened?
In this life, we all have to be responsible for our actions. Well, I'm flipping that advice back onto you. Your granny's gone wild.
I love Granny's Gone
Things
Wild.
are not going to end well for some of you, and you were warned, and you ignored the wisdom of people.
What if the old ladies misunderstood what Anon's meant by hag love? She's the granny that this woman's talking about is responding to her, and she's just like, but Doris, whenever I post these young men, these lads on the 4chans, they respond with hag love. They want me here, Doris. They appreciate that I am contributing to the manhunt for the killer of these girls in that house in Idaho. These lads, they say hag love. They want me, Doris. They want me to help. This is their way of saying I'm welcome here. You were warned. Oh my god. Grand love! Grandma love! For grand love! It's clear Nen is pregante. I don't have a penis!
No. 4chan.
Is Doris based? No, Doris wants to kick the grannies off 4chan.
Says,
Doris thinks the grands shouldn't be there.
I don't understand what they're saying. It looks like they're talking in some sort of code.
Yeah, we are.
Can anyone explain the code to me?
Can anyone explain the 4chan code? Do we have any candy asses in the chat who can explain 4chan code to Doris here? We need someone who is up to par on 4chan code.
And the comment directly under is, I could explain it to you, but it really is better you don't know.
Don't look up the code.
And bless the little granny, she's come back on and gone, oh, please help me crack the code.
I just like, you wake up in the morning because you work from home at your like programming job or whatever, and your grandma's like, Steven, I need help. Steven, I need help to crack the 4chan code. Please. Is she giving you the big grandma puppy dog eyes? Like, Steven, I don't ask you for much. I need to communicate with the lads, and I just don't understand what they're saying, Steven. Steven, please help me. Your grand wants to help the 4chan lads.
I feel like I'm not getting the full picture. And the person's come back and said, you're not. But you're better off not knowing the full picture. And then she comes back with a sad face emoji.
Graham, I'm trying to protect you. I will not tell you how to crack the code. And Graham's just like... She's like... Doesn't even talk, just sad face emoji.
This random stranger on the interwebs is trying to protect you, Granny. And you've come back with a sad face.
It's not protecting her from anything. He's hiding the truth. Gran deserves the truth. She can handle it.
I mean, count your lucky stars. You got a young person that isn't ageist and has your best interests at heart.
Isn't ageist, by the way.
But this poor woman's heart was broken. Do you know what's really weird? Do you know how there's a pattern of names in this case too? Like,
always. Here's the rule, okay? Okay, lads. I understand the fuck off, do some reps. You know, I understand the lurk more. Always feed your $4,000 though, alright? Spoon feed the $4,000. The hags need a little extra help, okay?
There's lots of Jacks and Adams and Davids and lots of J names.
You're noticing too much, lady. You gotta stop.
One name that continues to be consistently asking questions and seeking advice on how to get into 4chan and navigate their way around it. There's so many Dianas and Dianes. Like, I have to keep double checking.
It's the Princess Diana truther. She's not actually dead. Don't trust them.
Diana's in particular are digging the 4chan.
Diana's
more than any other name.
The 4chan. This fucking lady. People in chat furiously calling their mothers, seeing if they're hiding on 4chan. It could be your mom shit posting at you right now.
Nobody's talking. You all decided my audio was shit and left, but it didn't actually leave. You just gone off to scrub the toilet or something. I haven't seen a new comment for like ages. Which is fine, but I feel like I'm just delivering a monologue that turned into a soliloquy about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, fucking gold star words, dude. Let's go. Mr. Moderator wants my attention. I'll pause the video. Nim, what do you need from me? What do I need to do? Do I need to like shut it down? Do I have to shut it down? Do you need me privately? Was game promised today? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I didn't promise it. My last stream was a 14.5 gaming stream. 14.5 hour. Typing ASMR.
Ooh, whoa.
Do not whip me! With Tarkov loading, yeah. Did I collab with Sleepy? You went to sleep around 1 a.m. We did for a very short amount of time. I think we did like 5 raids together, maybe? But my eyes are starting to fucking burn. I was dying. I did not intend to do 14.5 hours. That doesn't happen very often, but some of you guys were fucking troopers and hung in the entire time with me. That doesn't sound very short. They were short because we all got killed very quickly. There's one fucking raid where both of us were distracted by shiny Christmas ornaments and fucking got shot from behind. Sleepy was also brain rotting. Yeah, I'd like to talk to her and like actually play another time, but I definitely wanted to get in some raids with her on the first day of wipe, because that's like when I am most gung-ho about it. Tried to stay awake. You got too sleepy, so you missed it. The VOD will exist again. It just it's 14.5 hours, so it takes a long fucking time to render, but it'll be going back up on my YouTube channel, hopefully. And Sleepy was on Discord for another 4 or 5 hours. The pull of a fresh Tarkov wipe is too much. You think we'll have a blast playing together? I think we will too. It was just like, that was our first time together on stream. It was after both of us had really fucking long days. Both of us were exhausted. I was dying, you know? Like, probably wasn't like super, super intense, but love Sleepy. Wanna play with her again. 7% rendered. Hang in there, bros. BRB gonna go off yourself? What? You could say that Kirsche was also sleepy? Oh. Oh, hey, I pressed the button. I don't know what button I pressed, but I pressed a button. Ah! I'm better now. I'm better now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I noticed! Nam. I don't know what I did. Bring it back! I wasn't finished! Fuck you! We're going back to $4,000!
Do I need to stop and get something? No, I think I'll just check out my veggie drawer and I'll either whip up a salad or
I have a veggie drawer.
Roast some veggies.
Am I a $4,000?
Tonight. Somebody comment, please, or just put a.
What the fuck is this video? It's Granny's Gone Wild,
I don't know
Nim.
if my chat's frozen or if you all are just. Thanks, Deb. I can't actually read what you wrote because I'm focusing on the intersection ahead, but thank you.
Is she done talking about the $4,000, dude?
Oh, cool. Chat's moving. Sometimes it does freeze, so...
Knowing that $4,000 exists kind of fucks with your understanding of the world. Why is that?
So, yeah, Granny's Gone Wild. Expect a video from me soon. While we wait for more facts to come out for us to discuss, we might as well have some fun and keep trying to think of angles and observations that are worth discussing. And I definitely think the influx of middle-aged women into the world of 4chan is both disturbing and sort of hilarious because they've actually got people looking out for them.
Well, it's like when you can unironically get breaking news fast and more accurate on 4chan than you can in most other places. Like, why wouldn't you go there? Karens plus 4chan can't end well. Is she middle-aged or a gran? The lady talking, I want to say, is middle-aged, and she's talking about the grandmas. She's been talking about the grandmas. Is this the brother from the Big Leds show? I'm gonna push your fucking face in the bindies, mate. I swear to God. But I don't know. Like she said that she's gonna make a video, so I wonder if she's a content creator. I wonder if this is like a boomer lady who makes videos on the insertion of grandmas into 4chan culture.
Encouraging them going there and saying things like, "Don't go there. We'll take screenshots and post them in here for you." And they don't want to wait for that. They want to be there.
It's actual fucking degenerates.
Thanks for follow. Yeah, encourage the grannies. Glove.
Unverified, completely salacious bit of information that for some reason they think is verified. It's bizarre, man.
You gotta warn the grands about the schizo posting. You gotta warn them, okay? That's the one thing you have to warn them about. Always spoon feed your grandmas.
YouTube is just so different to 4 years ago. It's unbelievable how quickly it's changed. From an observational point of view, it's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also just spiraling out of control. It's like every day you wake up and go, "Oh wow, look at this. Wouldn't even contemplated this being a twist or turn in the YouTube."
What do you do if your grand becomes a schizo poster? Ask her to teach you the ways of effective schizo posting to get as many views as possible. Oh no, her connection, it's dying.
Flocking to 4chan and singing 4chan's praises.
Log in.
And I can't stop reading the threads where they're all just getting moist.
Please do not talk about the grannies getting moist over threads.
4chan. The 4chan might end up being your worst nightmare, ladies.
The 4chan is the worst nightmare.
I don't know, I'm torn. Do I try to save them? Well, other people are, and they're ignoring them, so what's the point?
What do you mean? You don't need to save the grannies from the 4chan. Let them roam
they
free.
Gave their children and their grandchildren. You learn from your mistakes, Granny Beryl. Everyone's responsible for their own actions. You took your little butt into 4chan all by yourself.
Graham, you took your little butt. Grandma Beryl, you took your little butt into 4chan all by yourself. Nobody's gonna hold your hand there. You saw that little penis and you don't know how to get it off your screen. What did you do, Beryl? This is what you asked for. Enjoy your little penis. Steven's not gonna help you. That's rude. That's spoon feed the grannies.
The consequences are your responsibility.
Consequences. Nim, how do you know the grandma hasn't already called you an F-slur?
Just die if on Christmas Day one of your elderly relatives starts talking about 4chan? Wouldn't you be like, what the fuck did you just say? Excuse me?
Yeah, if my grandma told me she was on the 4chans, I'd be confused, but I'd also be like...
I mean, I'd probably burst out laughing.
What are you doing there, Grandma?
So hard that I'd end up, my chair would tip back and I'd smack my head on the floor. And then when I came to, I'd be like, what the... Can you repeat that sentence, Grandma? This year I've been spending a lot of time on my computer. And in my favourite forum, the 4chan. That's what I thought you said. What the hell?
Do Australians really pronounce computer that way?
And we can't forget that
I
this
feel like
is
it's
also
the first time I've heard it
most
said that way.
group of people on YouTube when you look at the demographics in your channel. Some channels, you know, there'll be differences, like little gaming channels, not little gaming channels, different demographic. But when you look at people that are sort of bouncing around in true crime, fake crime, sleuth crime,
summoning succubus crime,
and even before the internet, there's a lot of data out there, like more women than men follow true crime.
That's true.
OG true crime.
Women fucking love serial killers.
There's been studies done on it about why women are attracted to...
Oh, she said it!
Crime. It's interesting. It's worth a read. Makes absolute sense. But these are also...
Don't talk about your sexual proclivities on 4chans with the grannies here.
Primarily that make up the majority who go to all of these channels.
Women love Jew crime and astrology. That's what she said.
You know, OG true crime style channels like, you know, the sort of Stephanie Harlow's, or whether they're the newer genre, the sleuthy crowd. Oh, Go Pizza's open on a Tuesday night. Well, thank you very much. I know what I'm having for dinner. Yes, sirree, Bob.
The day I have a woman older than me make a white girls fuck dogs joke,
jumping onto, you know,
I won't even know what universe I'm in anymore.
Might have done it, and then doing the delving into the social media platforms and the history of that kid and everyone who loves Instagram, possibly some of them even going real life. And I just live up the road from that person. I'm going to go and sit outside their house with a bullhorn.
What?
And threaten their lives. They're the same people who keep talking about how one kid who's been absolutely slandered like crazy, how it's impacting his life. I really feel for him. But they're the same people that are like, he fled to Africa. He caught a flight to Africa. Really? We talked about this morning too. They don't realise Africa's a continent. You can't rock up. Just say, I'm booking a ticket to Africa. You've got to narrow it down a bit.
No, you can say I'm booking a ticket to Africa.
You
don't have to let him on. You don't have to tell him where you're going.
Like us to fly you to.
Randman. After this, can I read the Grandpa Green text and stream suggestions? Thanks for the 100 biddies. I can peek at it. I can peek at it.
Same crew.
Oh no, she's coughing like me too. Maybe this
So
is just me.
You know, play with fire. You're going to get burned. Now the granny's gone wild are hanging out in 4chan. They might get, you know.
Granny's gone wild in 4chan. They're playing with the bull. They're gonna get the horns. Grandma, I know you're moist at the thread right now, but you're gonna get unmoisted by the Anani Moose soon enough. This is so fucking weird.
A bit of a wake-up call. I don't think this topic is interesting to anyone except me.
No, that's not true, lady. We fucking love this topic.
I know that the only way I'll ever be a big channel on YouTube, if I ever wake up one morning and go, let's be a big channel, is to completely put my ethics and morals to one side and just take thousands of people on wild goose chases and witch hunts all over.
I love
YouTube.
wild goose
Just
chase.
name people and let's go after them and delve into every aspect of their being. And just so that you know, I would never do that.
Plausible deniability.
Being realistic and reasonable is not what people on YouTube want.
I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty reasonable most of the time, and you guys hang out here for some reason.
And reasonable, like we're competing with 4chan now. That's where Granny Mavis wants to be.
Oh, Granny Mavis, please teach me typing on 4chan.
And I wish Granny Mavis all the best.
What happened to Granny Beryl, though?
That it's going to end well for her, but I might end this live because I don't think anyone's really that interested. Maybe it's just me. I might make a video about it.
No, you're on fucking crack. This is interesting.
I'm going to make a meme of a granny wearing a 4chan hat and t-shirt.
This whole rant because she's jealous that she's losing viewers to 4chan? Well, she also this entire time has been saying that she wants the grannies to not go on 4chan. She's been saying that the grannies don't belong on 4chan. And that it's funny, but it's also sad, and she doesn't want the grannies to go there. Like, she's not going to stop them, because, like, who is she to stop a granny from doing what a granny wants? But she doesn't think it's good. And she's trying to gatekeep, but in a bad way. Like, you know, she's upset that her fan base is leaving. Just embrace it. Embrace the schizophrenia and be like, but don't believe everything. All right? Everything written here is a work of fiction and is hella homosexual.
And I'll find it hilarious, and I'll put it up on this channel. And whenever I'm having a day where I'm like, I need a chuckle, I'll just take myself back to my video.
Please take me to 4 grand, dude.
You're having a ball taking the piss out of them all. Yeah, and look, I feel kind of, you know, should I have a conscience about this? And should I be worried about them? And then I look at all the people trying to warn them and they don't want to know about it. And I'm like, well...
What is there to warn about, though, right? Like, I remember when I was first shown the website, when I was, like, still in high school, I was probably, like, a sophomore in high school or some shit. When I was first shown the website, the dude that showed it to me was just like, don't ever post on 4chan, because if you post, they can find you. Even if you're just looking and you never post, they can still find you. They know that you're watching. They're watching you, watching the threads. So don't ever go here unless you really need to. And I've never been the best with, like, you know, fucking technology. So I was just like, I mean, if I post, they could probably find me, but how the fuck are they gonna find me if I'm just, like, lurking, right? Like, I guess the site admins would have my IP, but, like, why would they do that? right? So I was like really fucking nervous about it in the beginning, because I was like, oh gosh, maybe he's right and I'm just fucking dumb. But you know, my brain grew a little bit of a wrinkle, and I was like, nah, he's just dumb. He's just dumb. They always know. What am I fiddling with? I need something smooth to like handle when I get anxious and a candle isn't working. So I don't have anything smooth on me right now, so I've just been fidgeting with my phone. And I've been trying not to make too much noise with it, but I'm now like attacking it between my nails, and now I'm doing it really loudly, so I can emphasize what I was doing since you asked about it. Close! Boy got rused by an IP address meme. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if he was one of the people that fell for the like fucking you need a gold account meme when that happened. you need a premium account to see this post. No, don't stop. Don't say it like that. Silly fox! I can handle your brain. My tapping sounds like static. What if I like... Let me move my mic down a little bit more here. Like that? You want me to do it like that? Keep going? Sounds like bubble wrap. It's my phone. It's my... Have I tried Serenite stress balls? I don't know what the fuck that word is. I'm sorry. No, I asked not to post when we were meat in hand game. What the fuck? This is actually annoying. I found my dad in the chat. I found him. Actually, I'm gonna try and like ask my dad if he wants to like fucking come on stream and do something, because I guess he's gonna have a 6-week recovery from his surgery next week, and he likes being outside, and he is not a man that likes sitting around doing nothing. So I might ask my dad to come and do something on stream. I think that'll be something he might enjoy. We used to play games when we were living together, so my dad has some video game experience, but he's also a hunt and pecker on the keyboard. I don't know what I would play with him, but I could figure it out. In before dogs. My dad's at least that smart. If he's game, it'd be fun. Yeah, I can ask him. If I don't do that tapping, he'll kick me out. Oh, I'll do it. I'll be like, hey dad, can we pretend we're in the car right now? Can we pretend you're driving in your truck and we're like going to a restaurant, and I'm typing to people on my phone, and I'm responding to a message right now? How does this make you feel if I'm responding to a text message right now? I gotta pee. I really gotta pee really fucking bad. Usually I don't take many breaks on stream, but my bladder is literally fucking screaming at me. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna play ads while I'm gone. I'm gonna play ads. I'm sorry for ads. If you're not subbed to me, thank you for sitting through advertisements while I'm AFK. You're not gonna miss anything. Nothing's happening. My mic is gonna be muted. I'm gonna yell when my mic is muted because I wanna see something, but like my mic's gonna be muted. I'm gonna be peeing. I'll be right back. Enjoy ads or my background music. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking awkward when I go to play ads. Jesus Christ. No. Hello. Hello, I am back. Save your donos for the dad stream. My dad, like, tangentially knows what I do. But he's not actually watched my stream. Like, he knows I, like, stream. And he knows I, like, play video games and I talk. But he hasn't watched my stream. So it'll be really interesting if he agrees to come on. Maybe I just ask him now. Let's hey Dad, I have a question. Would you like to come on my stream sometime during your recovery? 6 weeks sounds like it would be very boring for you to not do anything. My dad really likes nature shit. Like every weekend he'll go out and like take photographs on hikes and whatnot. And I'm thinking maybe I could find like a video game where you can like look at animals and stuff. Nature photography. My dad's actually had his photographs published in like nature magazines and stuff. That's pretty cute. He takes really good photographs. Why not The Hunter? What is The Hunter? Kabbalah Hunting Simulator? Pokemon Snap? Planet Zoo? What is The Hunter? Let's look that up. I think this $4,000 video is basically at the end. Basically at the end, there wasn't much left. Could have him play The Hunt, Call of the Wild, GeoGuessr. What is Kabbalah Hunting Simulator? Kabbalah. Ooh. Okay. This looks kind of like something he might like. I don't know how much into hunting he is. He likes hunting them with a camera, not a gun. He's a camera kind of guy. So like I don't think he'd really want to kill the deer. I do not forget the alpacas. I'm just tangenting about my dad for a minute. The outdoorsy time, yeah. Could have him play Hunt Call of the Wild. It's a hunting game. The Hunter Call of the Wild, it's one of the best hunting games. Can you hunt more than just deer? He really likes birds. He loves birds. Loves birds, dude. Ah, no. Pokemon Snap. Hunt Call of the Wild. I don't think my dad's ever worn hunting gear, like, in his life. He just wears, like, casual hiking gear and has, like, a really fucking expensive camera. Duck Hunt Wingspan, if he can play with friends. And the green text as well. Shoot pics, not chicks. Cabela's Photography Simulator. You just realized how backlogged the stream suggestions are? Well, there's some stuff I've already done. Some stuff I don't know if I'll do. I have a pin in there of, like, games that people have gifted me that I would like to play as well. Can hunt everything in Call of the Wild. Like, can you hunt the dog? Birding Simulator. Pokemon Snap would be a good middle ground. My dad did play the Pokemon games with me when I was a kid. But I feel like he'd probably want something more realistic if he was going to take pictures of it. You can hunt lions with the dogs. Does MILF Hunter have a game? Maybe trying to figure out a game to play with him is something not to do while live. Look, it's me! He's gotten a couple of pictures of foxes in real life, too. It's been pretty nice. Just play sex with Hitler. I don't want to play a porn game with my father, thank you very much. I love my dad. I could ask him instead. I could ask him, but I don't think he knows the names of any video games. The unique birding simulator hit Steam with an amazing... Wait, you weren't joking? That's like a real game? Birding simulator. Oh my god, you weren't joking! Bird photographer on Steam. How much is it? And is it co-op? Can
Hell no.
Can I be a bird photographer with my dad? Library. Hey, thanks for the follow, my guy. Store. It Takes Two, but with your dad? Oh my god. Birding simulator. Bird photography. Coming soon. Oh, that's unlucky though. There's a demo. We could look at the demo together. Single player Steam achievements. I could guide him through it maybe. This would be cute. This would be cute to show him. That's going on the list. Birding with your dad simulator, then follow up with shower with your dad. Jesus Christ. I could ask him the burning question on everyone's mind. What attracted you to my mother? Any news on graphics card shipping? Nope. Nope. No news on the graphics card. Alright, I gotta look at Discord and the stream suggestion channel. Star Fetchers. Wow, that text makes me very suspicious about that game. Fucked up food. Chapter, since it's being talked about. Idaho college student murders. The case so far.
I found it! I found it.
Don't forget about us.
Don't you forget about me. Don't you. I will not forget about the alpacas. Thank you! And thank you, alpacas, for the heckin' $4.15. Thank you. Thank you.
You got to I'm in line at Best Buy today? God damn. I looked at Best Buy because somebody had mentioned that they were in stock, and they were not for me. Unlucky. What tangents would fit if he says yes? Oh my god. I mean, before my dad comes on, I obviously have to prep him a little bit, right? I can't just throw him to you guys with like no prior knowledge. Cringe bucket is superior. Cringe bucket is nice. The Australian woman, you haven't been posting in the Discord. Australian woman, Catherine Knight. Oh, she's the cannibal. You would love it if I could read this green text on stream. I'm not going to show it until I know it's safe.
Beep, beep.
Oh! Yeah, I can't read this on stream. I don't know what the Twitch rules are about showing slurs on stream. So I just won't show it. The green text reads, at my great-grandpa's birthday. He is super old. It's just at my parents' house. He lives with them. We're all in the kitchen. Grandpa's sitting in his wheelchair with his oxygen hooked up. Can't tell if he even knows where it is. Mom brings cake into the room. Made at home, nothing fancy. Has one big candle because he's turning 111. The kind that are just the number. Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Whole family half-heartedly clapping and hooting as Mom lights the candle on the cake. I do my best to show interest in the situation. Turn to the old man and smile. How is it not exciting that he turned 111? This is fake as fuck. I see his hand reach out and one finger curl before retracting, beckoning to me. He's so old I don't want to get any closer, but my whole family is looking, amazed he's even moving. I get closer to my great-grandpa. Think I hear him trying to say something, but it might just be labored breathing. Lean in as close as I can. Suddenly, his hand shoots up with surprising quickness, firmly grasps the back of my head, and shoves my head against his mouth almost touching my ear. Grip tightening. He opens his mouth to speak. Check him. Whole family is standing up, confused as to what's happening. His free hand shoots up and points at the candle. Fucking check him! My head feels like it's going to explode from the vice grip. Trips! He hollers! Stands up from his wheelchair and rips his oxygen mask off. Fucking trips! Check him! Whole family is confused. I fall to the floor stunned. PayPal me $1,000! Gift me all your Steam games! Millhouse is rips the melting candle off the cake and shoves it in my face, mounting me on the ground. You see that, new friend? You haven't seen trips like these before? No, great grandpa. Damn right! Check 'em! I don't want to hear about shitty dubs! I am the Trips Master! I have the power! Grandpa laughs and storms out the front door. Get a text from him 3 minutes later. Didn't even know he could text! It's a picture of his dick. And that's how my great-grandpa lost his internet privileges. I took some, editorializations. I had to westernize the script for a Twitch audience so that I would not be banned. That was interesting. Hello. Fake as fuck Koopy Poosta, as it were. Gramps needs to take his meds. But if Gramps takes his meds, then he can't get all of those fucking hot grands who are moist up in the 4chan threads. Oh my god. Photography simulator, another coming soon, but right genre. My dad really likes nature, and he really likes photography. Holy shit. Rand, man. Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you for like 200 biddies, my guy. Thank you. 4 Gramps and 4 grands. What could go wrong? Fucking grands starting to do the take on the hot 18-year-olds in your area. They're just like, hot 4 grands in your area now. We want to get moist in your quadruple murder threads. We want to see the screenshots. We want the sauce that you can provide us. Please spoon feed the hot 4 grands in your area now. Have him sing Ram Ranch karaoke. I don't think my dad would know what Ram Ranch is. My dad is so far removed from the internet, I'm sure I would have to, like, alter some of my speech to have an on-stream conversation with him. That's enough internet for one day. What, you don't want the moist grands? Oh, hell yeah! My dad said he'd like to! It's confirmed. Dad collab soon, TM? Heck yeah. I'm gonna type, hold on. Oh, let me put my phone near my mic so you get the real texting experience, dude. All right. That was really easy. I wasn't expecting like an immediate yes, because my dad's just like, I don't know kind of guy. Dad hype, dude. Dad hype. Tell him it would be very pog of him. I don't use that word. I have brain damage, but not that kind of brain damage, okay? All right? Okay, all right? You've returned. Welcome back. What do we call your dad? I mean, you could probably just call him fucking Fox Dad, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to get like a little chibi made up for him. Gonna simp for the Kier dad. He has got glorious red hair. Tell Daddy Kirsche chat says hi. Dad is gonna spend fun time with his family. You bet he'd be happy. Yeah! You know someone who makes chibis. Oh, I've already overworked your poor girl, okay? She's just like, I'm gonna get surgery for my carpal tunnel soon. Please be patient. As he Magnus the Red. Foxy Grandpa. Don't be live on stream with any family. Have a segment prepared. Family will always slip up. Oh, yeah, I know. But my grandma had asked about it before, and I was just like, yeah, you know, there's certain things you won't be able to say. And she's like, I don't know if I could do that. You know, I got old people brain. I'm like, yeah, me too. I have a $4,000. Oh god, if I didn't think that my grandma would absolutely fuck up in the first 5 seconds, I would unironically call her right now and ask if she knows what 4chan is. Do I think Dark Cloud 2's photo mode would be enough for him? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, dude. The hell is $4,000? Jesus. I'll have to once I get details settled with my dad on like what day it is, I can post a channel in the Discord where you guys can throw some questions for dad. we could have a Q&A with my dad since he'll be in recovery. I know he's gonna be fucking bored out of his mind. Like, the only time I ever see that guy lounging around is like when it's close to sleep time. So for him, 6 weeks of not being able to do fucking anything, it's gonna be like torture. It's been so long since you thought of the Dark Cloud series. That was your jam? I don't know what Dark Cloud is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He lives here? Who lives where? Foxdad is gonna dox the fox, and we find out Kier's really a 15-year-old Argentinian boy named Ronaldo. My dad would never let me be named Ronaldo, regardless of my gender or location. Dad shows up in a 4chan shirt. My dad is the typical, I wear shirts with no logos, only solid colors. You're gonna come out of your usual lurk to say hi, hell yeah! Hell yeah, dad's stream. How is he with cussing? My dad swears a lot. He does have flannel button-up shirts. I bought him some like flannel button-ups before too. PS2 RPG, take pictures of various things to get ideas or make things for your town building mode. Could also make a robot if you take a picture of a giant clown boss. How versed is he in the gamer world? When I was younger and like first getting into MMOs, because the only place I could use the internet for things that I wanted was his place, basically. He played through Final Fantasy X, 10-2. He played 12. He played all 3 of the Xenosaga games. He played Pokemon Red when that first came out. I've mentioned a few times that like he used to play it before work, and when he got up for work, it was like 4 a.m., so I was still asleep. So he would like play the game and like leave me a sticky note with all of the stuff that he did in the game, so I would know like what happened while I was sleeping. For the longest time when I received the game, I thought Cerulean City was the starting city because he had already played the game before giving it to me for Christmas. And my Charmeleon was named Mouth because all you could see was the mouth. That's so wholesome, you're gonna cry! Yeah, my dad was cute as fuck. Split screen Foxdad and Kirsche collab. my dad was very cute. My dad was very cute. He had a moment recently. Where he was just like worried about his surgery and whatnot, and he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like I haven't been a very good father. And that made me cry. That made me fucking cry. I was like, what the fuck? Literally, if it weren't for you, I would be so fucked up if I only had like my mom's influence. Are you kidding me? Holy Christ. Well, it fucking hurts to see your dad say something like that. Because when I was younger, I also had a similar thought where I was just like, fuck, my dad's life would have been so much better if I just didn't exist. He had to deal with my mom for 18 fucking years because of me. Just think of how much happier he would have been if I wasn't here, dude. My dad was not happy to hear that, obviously. Fathersome behavior! Your dad was almost completely Luddite. Best he could do was find Fuji Golf on a PC. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Collab with you on Pokemon Violet and Dad on Scarlet. Oh, I do own both of the games. Unfortunately, my dad does not own a Switch because he doesn't play video games. That would be something really fucking cute to do, though. That would be something really fucking cute to do. Let's just buy this man's a Switch, maybe. Be like, here, I'm gonna buy you a console for one game, literally. Your old man can't tech, but now that you got a drawing tablet, it sounds like you might want one too. I hope it could be fun. Your dad is better with computers than you are? Dude, I remember always poking fun at my dad because he would be like doing stuff on the computer. He's a hunt and peck typer. So he would use his 2 pointer fingers and like push the buttons really, really slowly. I'm just like, Dad, why are you doing that? And he's like, don't look. Just don't look and it's okay. Did I buy them both for the 200 Pokeballs? Shut up, Vash. It could work for his 6-week recovery. Give him something to do. I mean, I guess that's fair. I don't know how interested he'd be in like playing Pokemon. That's something I'll talk to him about, I guess. The talk is depressing and making you happy at the same time. It's not depressing. It's happy talk. Happy talk. Oh my god. I wish my dad was better with technology, but you know, he's good with what he knows. Very good with what he knows. Love Dad. Fuji Golf was a pack-in software in old Windows 95. Think Minesweeper. Oh. My grandpa had a like Tiger Woods golf game. Tiger Woods. What's the fucking golf shit called? It's not like it's not MLG. It's like the MLG but for golf. It's like P. It begins with a P, doesn't it? PGA. Thank you. Tiger Woods PGA, and it was like Windows 97. Images. PGA 2000. No, it was before 2000. This one's 99, but that's on PlayStation. That's a PlayStation 2 game. Windows first. I did it again. First release. Was 99 the first release? 2004, 7, 2, 6. 1990? So 97 maybe? What does the box art look like? What does the box art look like? My Abandonware. That sounds like a safe website. Does this have pictures? Oh, this was fucking it! This was fucking it! Okay. My grandpa had this game. And because I didn't have internet at my grandparents' house, I would play Tiger Woods PGA Tour on the PC when I was really bored. So this was like one of the few games I played as a kid. My uncle had a PlayStation 1, but I wasn't allowed to use the PlayStation 1 unless he was home, and he worked a lot. So this wasn't like my first game, but it was one of the first few I played. Gran Turismo 1? When did that release? This might actually have been the first one I played. Let me see. I always thought Gran Turismo 1 release. 1997. Okay, so these both came out the first year. So Gran Turismo and this golf game were the same fucking year. Yeah, Gran Turismo 1 is what got me like into console gaming though, because I was like, man, Gran Turismo is fucking nuts. For Gran Turismo. Getting my A international license in this game was so fucking hard. And this is the game that gave me a hard-on for the fucking 1998 Prelude in like dark purple color. It was so cute in comparison to all of the other fucking cars in this game. All of the other fucking cars, dude. You will split the fucking general again over this? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh my god. You always hated those games? Classmates would play golf or Doom when you were wanting to use the classroom PC to write? I was the kid who installed Tribes on the school PCs. Granddad Rizmo. My dad didn't like racing games. He was not a fan. Look at how this looks like strawberry soda. How Gran Turismo became a gateway to real life racing. And now my life has come full circle. Now you guys married me off to a Canadian racist and I need to play a racing game again. Tribes was amazing. Yeah, it was, dude. Might play Tribes again. I know Remy mentioned wanting to play Tribes and I was like, fuck yeah, dude, let's go. Tribes is why you still use EDSF for movement keys. I need to keep drinking water because my throat's fucking killing me. All right, let me close these game tabs. Let me close these fucking game tabs. Let's go back let's go back to our wonderful original tangent about the alpacas. We were talking about an alpaca farm. It was called Tenacious Unicorn Ranch. Not sure why they chose unicorn when it's an alpaca ranch. But, you know, closing tabs, a New Year's resolution. Oh my god. We're looping! It's not looping! We had to put a pin in it because stuff was happening in real time. This was a live broadcast stream. It was happening in real time. EDSF? You thought Quest was brain damaged? Anyone who still uses like EDSF or fucking RDFG, it's like old Quake gamers. That's how you still recognize them. Kirsche, the stream ended 2 hours ago. Fuck you! With tangent! It's not looping when it's meant to happen! Exactly. Quest is cute and valid. Thank you. I am stunning and brave. Why don't I play Gran Turismo 2? Goated as fuck as a Zoomer playing it in 2021. It was a great game. Besides some emulators let you fix the wobbly graphics. Hello? I don't recognize this number. Hold on a second. My mic... The full grands, they found me. And actually, the lady, I muted. I did it. No, I would have known if it was my dad. He's one of the few people I have in my fucking phone. What do you mean? What do you mean? No, it was someone who sounded like fucking Fran and it was just like,
I'm calling to ask about your experience with Comcast Xfinity.
Fuck you, it's not a good time. You're proud of me! God damn. Thanks for answering your call. That's what you sound like, Vash no PP. Fucking Comcast. Get out, dude. I remember the last time I accidentally took a call from Comcast. They were like, hey, we noticed that you recently canceled your cable subscription. Is there anything we can do to get you, to get that back on your plan? And I was like, well... What have you got to offer me? Because I canceled my cable because you took Cartoon Network off of the package, and I'm not paying $100 for a better package when the only channel I care about is Cartoon Network. That's literally the only reason I even had cable in the first place, was that single fucking channel. All right, I like falling asleep to it, and they were like, well, you don't have to get the larger package. We could, you know, especially for you, just put this channel on your regular package, and if you rebundle it into your service, it'll be like some price that was like less than what I was paying. And I was like, well, right now I have Sling. Right now I have Sling TV. So unless you can offer me cable with Cartoon Network at less than $10 a month, I don't think you got a deal here. And I could like audibly hear the person on the other end like inhale in surprise. Because $10 for cable is cheap as fuck, boy. Okay? So I shut that down real quick. And now I don't have any cable because I haven't... I've had a couple of things help fix my sleeping a little bit, you know? Cartoon Network, you might be in love again. I loved Cartoon Network. Not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. They kind of fucked up. That's why I just don't have cable. She watches Steven Universe. You could not pay me to watch that disgusting drivel of a TV show. Holy shit. Am I glad that I have like VHS tapes of shows that I watched as a child so my kids won't have to watch dumb garbage like Steven fucking Universe? God damn. Those commercials that they made were just actually infuriating. What do you mean you don't want to watch 12 hours of Teen Titans Go? when I would have the TV on because I like needed it to sleep, like when Tim would come home from work, sometimes he would like scream to wake me up and be like, "Ah, you're watching your favorite TV show! You love Teen Titans Go!" And I'm like, Tim, please, I have to work later. Why are you doing this? Classic, dude. Steven Universe wasn't that bad at first, but then it was. I mean, even before it became, like, propagandized, I didn't like the art. I thought it was really ugly. But I'd watch one episode of Steven Universe for less than 1,000. How about, I was like, I could probably do, like, 200 per episode, right? I'd be okay with that, but I'd bitch the whole time. That's not in my contract. There's not a no bitching clause. CalArt style hate. The only TV show done in CalArt style that I will watch is Gumball. Because Gumball is fucking based. Can't you get a streaming sub to Adult Swim? Probably somewhere, but I don't really care enough to get anything to Adult Swim anymore. Gumball love? Gumball is hella love, dude. What the fuck is CalArt? I was gonna talk about alpacas. CalArt style meme images. Here we go. The CalArt style. The CalArt style that is just replicated in literally every TV show nowadays. It's really easy, so you can churn out a whole bunch of shit really fucking quickly. That would be fun to watch. The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. I'm a woman though, so I might not like it. I don't remember watching Flapjack. Like, I know what it is and I can picture the art style, but like, I don't think I watched it. You completely missed the boat on Gumball. What makes it based? I really like Gumball. I really like Gumball. It has like the old traditional children's cartoon feel, where they don't like heavy-handed beat you over the head with messaging. This shit is part of the reason why you watch anime. Cartoons suck if they can't do animation, like the opening of Thundercats. You mean Thundercats Roar, or whatever the fuck the new one was called? Calzone art is everything just looks like a pear. Gumball did some cool shit with multimedia drifting, as it were. It was Gumball. And like what is cool with Gumball is like their artists that work on the show can actually draw other art styles, and they actually implement it in the show. Right? Unlike the Teen Titan Go artists who fucking hate their fan base and mock them at every chance they get, and the only time they ever do like actual non-CalArts good-looking art style is when they want to further mock their fan base. But Gumball uses tons of different like art media, and they just do it all the time, like just randomly. Like this was like some random episode where they decided to do an anime bit.
The rest of the stuff you've been doing, this is pretty tame.
Gumball did a takeover of virtue signaling and cancel culture. They also had an episode of like why power always goes to human heads as well. The DJ voiced Lion-O. It's a skateboard episode. You miss Kids Next Door, Billy and Mandy, Johnny Bravo.
This woman either. I do.
I wasn't a fan of Kid Next Door. I'm sorry. I was probably too old for it at the point that it happened.
Nicole and my mother were friends, studying karate under my grandfather. Separately, they were strong, but together, there was nothing they could not do. Until the Elmore Kumite, a ruthless martial arts tournament. Nicole was Mother's Kohai, her protege. But as the tournament progressed, they had to face each other in the final fight. My mother should have won easily, but your mother's fighting spirit allowed her to triumph. Dishonored before her sensei, my mother left America in shame. Nicole gave up the way of the Bushido out of sadness for losing her friend. Back in Japan, my mother trained all these years for her next fight. And now, she's back to regain her honor.
But Mother will not accept this fight.
Her heart is too pure to hurt a friend.
Her soul is too noble.
Can you stop that, please?
Sorry.
You're right, though. Mom won't fight a friend.
She may not have a choice.
Your mother has to take care of some unfinished business. Don't follow me, it's too dangerous. There's leftover ham in the fridge and some tater tots in the oven. Do not microwave them, they'll go soggy.
Ah! No microwave!
Yuki threatened to get Mom fired and lose the house unless she fights. We've got to stop them.
But like, look at how many art styles they've already done seamlessly in one fucking episode. Gumball love, dude!
Ooh.
Gumball was awesome. I could just sit and binge this show all day, dude.
To get anywhere on these legs. Are you also here to stop the fight? Yeah, but then I realized I'd probably get annihilated trying. So...
That's kind of cute. I even liked the unsynced lips for that.
But I've been training my whole life for this moment. Let me show you what I've learned. Impossible! How?
I have been through the most grueling training on the planet.
Which school taught you? Was it Hokuto? Was it Konoha? Or was it Mr. Miyagi?
No, it was the school of life. I have raised 3 kids and 1 husband.
Doofy husband being loved!
Kid, this is unironically a kid's show, by the way.
Let's just be friends.
I don't need your pity!
But together, we can.
Power friendship! #1 rule of anime! Fucking Naruto running, holding the kids by the head. So I wanted to show that. I fucking love Gumball, dude. If you haven't watched Gumball, please fucking watch some episodes, dude. It's such a good fucking show. It is amazing to have his background noise, dude. No, not Heart of the Cards. What about Tengatoppa Gurren Lagann, maybe? Or Teen Titans Go. Jesus Christ. That's like the furthest thing from my brain. That took me so long. When Beast Boy Schizo posted about destroying the Federal Reserve. Where do you watch this? I think Hulu has a bunch of episodes. I don't know if they still do, but I know they used to. You could probably also find them online in certain sketchy back alley websites. You're putting it on your watch list as we speak. Hell yeah! You have HBO Max. You can watch Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. Oh, fucking HBO Max, dude. Piece of shit. Did I watch Ren and Stimpy? I did. I did watch Ren and Stimpy. Real Monsters. Also one my dad likes watching with me. Can find them in the dark places of the internet. Broken clocks, dudes. What do you mean? Now even animation is about which college you went to? Oh my god. You'd like to be a video on Pred in case I wanted to watch? Somebody earlier mentioned how Overprime lost like a ton of their player base. I don't remember if there was like a video or like something on that as well, because I would like to learn why so much of Overprime's player base left so quickly. Since I have zero interest in Overprime, I'm not playing it and I'm not following it hella closely. And I guess I could try Googling for it, but Overprime loses, what did they say, 85% players? If I search, it's gonna fill up my algorithm. You know, Hulu has a bunch of Cartoon Network and Adult Swim shows. They do. The alpacas are not forgotten! We'll finish the ranch! Sounds like a new Amazon service? No. 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 Going to watch free cartoons online seems like the online equivalent of going to the back alley to get drugs. You know, I'm down with both, honestly. I can't find anything in like a cursory Google search, so... And I don't remember who mentioned Overprime, like bleeding players, but if whoever mentioned it earlier on in stream is still here... I would like the sauces, please! Don't finish the alpacas. That's illegal! What is this month in review? This is an 11-minute video. Do you agree or disagree? Alright, alright. I'm gonna get you in call here, Nim, since like you also play this game. We can do a little breakdown. It'll be like me and Tangerine going through an MMO Bites video. I'm gonna call you for this. I'm gonna call you. I think you were Pippa, were you? Or were you Iori? You might have been Iori. No? 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 No?
You could make a Nim one instead of, you know, doing the autism that you're currently doing. But
I could.
Probably also take less time than having to look through all of them.
Nope. You don't get a picture on screen because I don't have your thing set up anymore.
Why are you like...
Because I moved it. I'm sorry.
I'll have to make a permanent one for you.
Just make one for each new guest instead of being a lazy bitch.
It's not being lazy. It's just like there's so much. There's so many.
It's not lazy. It's many because you let it pile up instead of doing it as they come.
You know, I should probably put them in a folder as well. That might help. Okay, all right. I got individual source. No, I don't want to remove a browser. I want to add a browser source. All right, add.
I don't
wanna. Nim. Make source visible. Not yet. We got a nim. All right, okay. Now make source visible. You're fucking huge. Get tiny. Get tiny, you dumb bitch.
It's the only time I'm gonna hear that one.
Oh my god. I don't know where to put you. I guess right here. I guess here's fine. Here is fine. Browser source. You're also very, very low, Nim, sir.
What do you mean by very low?
I'm cranking your volume. I turned you down to 100, so I have trouble hearing you. Speak.
I mean, I sounded okay on stream before you changed the volume. Let me see now. It's the same.
Huh. Well, it's louder for me, which is what I wanted.
Well, then that's fine. Yeah.
Can't outshine the star, man. Pump up the Nim! I'm gonna pump him some more then.
Let me test something out real quick.
What are you testing out?
Does this affect my voice at all?
Yes! What did you do?
Okay, I'm gonna turn that back down to 50%.
No, turn that back up. Do that. Put that back up.
Oh, okay. So you want it at 100 then?
Yes, please keep it there, because then I can keep your volume at 100.
Okay. The Logitech software that I have for the mouse that you gave me for Quimus.
Okay. This is out here telling people I'm giving you things?
You always tell people that you pay me, but you never explain how. So I figured to give a little context. But
they don't need to know my deeds.
But regardless of that, it also for some reason has settings for my microphone, which is apparently compatible with this Logitech processor, or Logitech program. And it auto-adjusted my mic settings, so...
Oh, okay.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Okay. Well, that sounds fine. People said to turn it down to 90%. I turned it down to 95. He's too loud for stream.
Am I?
I'll turn him down a little bit more then.
Yeah, I'm a little loud.
Okay.
A little loud.
This should be fine. This is 90. He got a mouse and an SSD. You overpay your mods. That's not all he's gotten.
And those things were really spaced out, thank you.
Jannies do it for free. Nim is more than just a Janny. Without him, the stream would fall apart, dude. You were equal, but streamers should always be louder. True. Alright. Did you already watch this?
Also, stream the video to me in Discord so that I'm not operating on a delay, please.
No, that's fine. I just asked you if you had already watched this.
I watched like the first couple of minutes before I sent it to you.
Okay, alright. Now I'm double streaming? Twitch don't cuck me?
By first couple of minutes, I mean I watched half of the video, but you know.
Alright, let's go. Let's see what this says.
Hello and welcome back to the channel. My name is Crashy, and today I want to kind of do a discussion video talking about Predecessor, a kind of month in review. Now today's actually the 30th, so it's not quite a month, but we're just a couple days shy of 1 month since Predecessor Early Access, and I want to talk about the game, what I think about the game, how I'm enjoying it, not enjoying it, what I love, like, whatever. But more importantly, I really want to talk about where it's going in the future and what I see, because I'm seeing so many just terrible takes. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be pretty aggressive here. I've seen so many terrible takes and just poor opinions surrounding Predecessor and where it's at. And I want to be very clear because I feel like I have really good like industry experience to really know how these things kind of go. And I want to shed some light on that. But before we do that, drop a like on this video, subscribe for future Predecessor content, gameplay guides, etc.
What kind of industry experience, baby doll?
Into it. So Predecessor Early Access has been out just shy of a month, and I love it. I'm quite literally playing about 10 hours a day. I don't even know how I'm achieving that. I just can't stop playing.
I wish I could play 10 hours a day, but you won't let me.
The gameplay loop literally speaks for itself. I'm the type of person that can't really play a game if there's not much of a grind in it, and Predecessor doesn't even really have a grind, and yet I can't stop playing it. There's still so much to learn, so many roles, so many characters to master. Now that's the thing, there's not a ton of characters.
Kind of impressive you hit that fucking knife.
21 heroes playable in the game, but you don't know all the builds, you don't know how to master it all, you have to learn all the items. I still don't even know every single item off the top of my head. I know most of them now, I know most of the crests and all the kits and the passives and this, that, the other, but there's so much to master that, you know, really becoming a proficient Pred player, like I'm probably light years ahead of anybody that's going to join the game on free-to-play because I've just been playing such a ridiculous amount of gameplay. But nonetheless,
why is he filleting himself so much right now?
Honestly, I think it's doing
Where's
great.
The meat?
I think that the player retention on Steam charts alone, that's all we have, has been pretty decent for the size that the game got up to. I think the game probably, this is super anecdotal, but the game is probably retaining like around 2,500 to 3,000 players, and I think it peaked at like 7,000 players, and all of these numbers...
I hate people that take Steam charts and use it as an accurate representation of a game's numbers. People used to do this
He did preface the statement with, this is all we have to go on right now.
Yeah, but people did this in Terra as well. And it's like, you really can't use the Steam charts as any sort of indication of anything. Because there's so many...
That's why he said anecdotal.
I was like, why even bother mentioning it?
Because people like Numby.
I do like Numby, but it's just like, fuck.
numbers in retrospect are not very big. It's not very big numbers, but that's the thing. It's a paid early access, and this is where we have to get into the kind of meat and potatoes of this discussion video.
I love meat and
is that
potato.
the game is early access. It's, you know, whatever that means to you, whatever it means to me, it's irrelevant, but what it means to the game, it still has its own definition.
People hate Epic Game Store. All of the partnered content creators have to be playing on the Epic Game Store instead of Steam if we want the partnered content creator benefits right now. Because Steam wasn't giving them keys for stuff. So as a partnered creator, like, I can't play on Steam until there's like account transferring, basically.
They are not done with it. They're not pretending like the game is done. They're not launching it out free to play. The paid early access is there if you want to hop in and play. You don't have to. And for the sake of saying, when the bundles were 50% off, the value was super, super good. Now that the bundles are full price, they're still really, really good. So I definitely still recommend at minimum.
I don't know. How do you feel about the pricing? I know you didn't pay. You didn't pay for your game, but what do you think about the pricing for Predecessor right now? Let me just go to it on Steam so I can see the prices.
I guess I'll do the same if it'll even show it to me. It should.
Yeah, so it's $20 for the base game, and then you can get the Epic bundle, which is like purple, for $50, and then the legendary is $80.
I would say if they keep this pricing, they'll need to add more to it when the game releases.
Well, it's going to go free to play when it releases. It's only paid early access. Only paid early access. So it's going to go free to play at the end of early access.
Yeah, but they're probably still going to have launch bundles.
Yeah, they're going to still have like monetization bundles, and they're going to have, I'm pretty sure they talked about a battle pass at one point, but we'll have to see how that develops in the future, because I don't have any like specific information on what is exactly going to happen. But I personally feel this is too expensive for what they have right now, content wise. I think that the base game should be $10. I don't think that the lowest price you should be paying is $20. I don't agree with this guy that they're good prices right now. When they were 50% off, absolutely. And like even after the 50% off, if you tuned up the legendary bundle to be $80 instead of $40, and then you made the epic bundle like, you know, $50 instead of whatever it was before, $25 maybe, the rare bundle I think should have still stayed $10.
I think, and you can feel free to put this in their suggestions, they should just sell early access separately after they add in a system for you to earn heroes in game.
What do you mean?
Because right now the bundles, all of them say that it gives you access to heroes and during early access, and it gives you like additional ones as they come out.
Mm-hmm.
They can just add a system to where you have to grind currency to unlock the heroes, and then make the basic bundle, the incentive being you just get the heroes. Smite does like almost the same thing. They have like a god pass or something where you just get every god that ever comes out.
Yeah.
And that's part of their monetization. And I think it's a really good idea to have something like that for this kind of game.
I agree.
League
and
of Legends doesn't have that, and the grind for all like 150 characters is miserable.
I agree with you, and I know other people had brought up the Smite like god bundle thingy. I don't remember what was said about it, but I know that feedback has been talked about before. Hello, Hentai Captain and Milk Cookies. Welcome, new friends. We're talking about a game that I very much like. White Deer. I'm not a deer. I'm a foxu. Remember someone saying it would stay at $10 and you're upset you missed that window. I remember that as well, and I'm pretty sure I was like, I think it's a half off kind of thing right now, and it's gonna be gone in a week.
Yeah, you said that. You did. That was part of the decision making when we were looking at early access bundles in the first place. It was like... But
I do think that having the base price be $20 is too high. And like I know that it's the bundle, but there doesn't seem to be an option to just like buy pred for not 20.
That's why the rare bundle right now on Steam has mixed reviews, is because it's the only option to buy the game is bundling it with one of the bundles. That's why I'm saying that they should be just an option to buy early access by itself. But I don't think they can do that until they add a system to grind heroes out, because if they just add early access and there's no system to grind heroes, then there's no point in getting like just the rare bundle. Like the value of the rare bundle decreases significantly otherwise.
Yeah.
Because like the only extra stuff you'll get is a portrait, 600 premium coins, and like one skin and a Discord role. Woo.
Yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree with you. So like for him to say that like he thinks the prices are good the way that they are, I mean that's just like his opinion, man. But I definitely think it's a little too expensive, at least for the base one. Like I have no problems with keeping the higher tier bundles at the price that they are, because like they're, you know, high tier bundles, people want skins, it's supporting the devs. But there should definitely be a base game for 10.
We also don't know how much they're going to price their skins at, so we don't even have a way to calculate value on that end.
That's very true, because we don't have a cash shop yet.
We also don't know how much coins are going to cost either, so we don't know how much the coins are valued at.
You can speak Old Norse and Icelandic. Oh, Icelandic sounds fucking cool. You said Gale Deer, which is white deer, but you forgot about what game I'm talking about. I'm talking about Predecessor. We're watching a Predecessor recap video now that Pred's been out for about a month. Do you get all heroes with base? Yes. You get all of the heroes with the base game, and you get all of the ones that are coming out in early access. Is it only the ones in early access, Nim, or do you get ones after that? It says
early access specifically, so I don't know if they're going to come out with a hero grinding model in release and then also release like a sort of hero pass like they do for Smite or whatever. I say pass, but it's a one-time purchase. Like you just buy it and then you have all of them forever. Or if they'll do another like release bundle sort of thing or what, but the current bundles do specifically say it's early access heroes. So
skin prices directly from the FAQ. Rare is going to be 600 to 800 coins. Epic is 1300 to 1600 coins. And legendary is 2500 to 3000 coins. But we don't have any indication of how much coins are going to cost in USD. So those numbers like don't exactly tell us much. It's like taking the Steam chart numbers for the player base numbers, right? Like you have them, but they don't really mean all that much. Thank you for posting them though, Zuto Luca. Thank you. Do you get all heroes with the base? Yes. You get all current heroes, and you get all of the ones that are coming out in early access. There are 5 heroes slated to release in early access. I'm sorry, what?
At least.
Yes.
The pass says at least.
Yeah, that's why I said there's 5 slated. Slated means like 5 confirmed. And we got the first one recently. Oh god, who the fuck was it that came out?
Yeah, I wonder who.
I genuinely can't remember.
Which hero do I only play?
Oh, Countess! There we go. Countess just came out. The next one is Revenant, which is an AD carry. I can't remember who's after Revenant. And then the last one is coming out in March. So there's gonna be 4 more heroes coming out between now and March. And the last one is an original hero that wasn't in original Paragon. Countess, how did you know that and I didn't? My brain has a very bad memory, okay? You have to keep transactions to cosmetics. You hate paid heroes. I agree. And I also, like you do, like if all heroes are available when you start the game, which is why like I bought the God Bundle in Smite. But I understand in a MOBA, monetizing the actual characters is unfortunately one of the ways that they make money.
It's gonna probably be that way because the most popular MOBA in the world does it that way, and they have been doing it that way for a decade.
I can't think of off the top of my head a MOBA that doesn't have heroes locked behind grinding or
it's usually either grinding or you just pay a flat amount. And I think in League it was 975 RP up to 1,300 and then down to 400? I don't remember.
Only Dota. I only played like 14 hours of Dota, so it makes sense I wouldn't remember. Was Pred just going for $10 for like the first week or something? Because you got a rare for 10, but you don't remember a sale on it. Yes, the first week the game was released, there was a 50% off sale on Steam. League is on Game Pass now. What the hell? The level up feature in League makes it so that people play unranked. Playing unranked is good though. Playing casuals. Let's hit play again.
I'm spending the $20 to hop into the game and getting all of the heroes, because we don't really know the full business model, but it would, yes, be my expectation that they are going to sell each hero individually with like free currency in game and with paid premium currency. Yep. So you get some skins, you get some stuff, but that's not what we're talking about. The game is early access. That means that it's not done, and it's very clear that the game's not done. In my opinion, the game feels as a game, and I don't mean gameplay, and I've talked about the difference here, and I'll do that in a second. As a game, the game feels about 30% done to me. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 40% done. The gameplay, now what you're actually playing, the loop, the get in and finish a match, that is almost perfect. Like, almost perfect. We don't talk about balance in gameplay loops because balance is iterative, and there's definitely some things that can change around the map to change and fix the gameplay loop a little bit, but it's only...
Dear God, make the entrances to the Prime Pit and the Raptor Pit neutral. That is like... Besides the map being too small, that is my main complaint, is that the openings to Prime and Raptor favor one side of the map each, instead of being neutral openings.
I'm not sure how they would fix that, to be honest.
Just rotate the pit. That should be simple enough.
If you rotate the pit based on the current positions on the map, it would make them more favored towards one side.
Would it?
If you look at the map that's on your screen right now, in the top right, Prime, which is the purple one, on the bottom left of your map, is currently on one side of the map more than it is on the other, but it is pointing towards the opposite side with its entrance, yes?
Mm-hmm.
If you rotate the pit, suddenly that entrance is a lot closer to one team.
Oh, that's true.
So you'd have to move the entire camp.
Yeah. Well,
it would have to be like smack dab in the middle of river, maybe.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And have entrances on both sides. I think would be the only way you could fix that.
I know that the other iterations only had one entrance to the pits, and I kind of gotten used to the one entrance, so I might be biased towards it.
It's the same way in League too.
If they made the map larger, which is one of the main complaints people have had since, like, the last playtest especially. I did open my script. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I did remember. I'm nuts. Making the map bigger would potentially still need to place the pits along the river, which I don't know how you would really do that. Right?
You would always put the pits along the river. There's no...
No, I mean, like, if we're putting it directly in the river, though, because the river is what goes to lane, and you don't want anything, like, completely obstructing lane. So if you extended the map, you would kind of have to still basically have them on one side of the map, which I can see why they angled them the way they did to make it, like, more fair for people running into said pits, but I still don't like them with entrances favoring one side of the map.
I will say there's a very obvious issue with this setup where, say, in this current instance, you are the yellow team and blue team is currently on Raptor like they are right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow team has to basically approach blind, where if the situation was reversed and it was yellow team on Raptor and blue team had to approach, blue team has a very easy and obvious peek that they can take to see what's going on.
Yeah, and I feel like that's probably why they tried adding these walls to the front of the entrances. That you can't see the one on the Raptor pit, but you can see the one on Prime. And I don't think the walls help that much to make it more balanced. Would have to redesign the area map. I would not complain at all if they redesigned the fucking clusterfuck that is the jungle in this game. Because it is rough navigation sometimes with, like, where the walls kind of arch.
fucking pull a League of Legends and rework the jungle every single season.
I wouldn't say do that, but it definitely needs some work. And it was one of the things I was very disappointed with, having played in the last playtest, was to see that the map was literally unchanged when they released it. Because the biggest point of feedback during the last playtest this year was changing the map. Literally everyone had the same feedback. Map is too small, time to travel is too fast, map is too confusing, map needs to be changed. Like, map was #1 priority of last playtest. This has to change. And it didn't. Just over the wall into the pit when the other team is fighting it. That was an accident! Not so much the entrance favoring one side, but the entire pit's location already favors a side. Yeah. Yeah.
Almost perfect. That's why I'm playing it 10 hours a day. So the gameplay loop is phenomenal, but the game, Predecessor as a full title, is not phenomenal yet because it's not finished. So what are they missing? Well, Crashy, what makes a game? Well, for a game to be a full-fledged game, you need systems, you need infrastructure, you need incentives, you need rewards, and we really don't have any of that. And
That's
that
true.
is why I'm seeing some really poor takes. Oh, the game's not done. Oh, you have to pay to get in. It's like the game is not finished. It's early access. Pay to get in if you want, or wait. See the value in the bundles or wait. It doesn't actually matter. And here's where I feel like I just have knowledge that some people just don't have. When a game is launched, right, like free-to-play title, they're launched, what do they need to survive? Well, they need players, but they need revenue. So I see these takes where people are like, oh, they need to do something, they need to go free-to-play, they need to launch on console right away because the game's gonna...
Can I just say, I fucking hate that they need to launch on console, people. Like, every time someone asks, when is this coming out on console, a small child dies. Stop it. Get some help. Like, it infuriates me, dude. Absolutely infuriates me. And I don't know. I know you said you had some feelings about the gameplay loop, and I agree, because we aren't earning any in-game currency from playing matches right now. And you said you kind of like feel nothing when you win. So I'm like, I guess I kind of wonder what your thoughts on the actual gameplay loop, like how it feels to play.
It's literally just level right now. I do think that they released a... it might be on their Steam page, let me check. I think they released something saying that, like, after level 30, you get rewards for, like, every level that you climb. Or maybe it's 50. I'm pretty sure
That'd be really silly if you don't get anything for the first 50 levels and then you suddenly start getting shit.
Well, I think they were going to apply it retroactively. Let me look at the roadmap, because I'm pretty sure it was on that roadmap.
Can you send me the roadmap again? Because I don't have it up.
It's on the Steam page. From level 50, players will gain 300 coins for every 10 levels they gain until they reach level 300. So it's a coin reward, but that's the only incentive they've released in terms of playing the game so
I
far.
do not see this roadmap on their Steam page.
So if you click on Predecessor, you're seeing Predecessor, you're seeing Play, you're seeing your last played, your time, yeah, all that.
Well, no, I don't have that because I play it on Epic Game Store, remember? I see the add to cart buttons.
Okay. If you click on the store page and you have Predecessor open, yes.
Yeah.
You see Predecessor.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the main game. I'm looking at the DLC because I'm brain damaged.
Yeah, it would have been a lot faster to link it to me.
I'm trying to teach you so that you can become self-sufficient. So if you scroll down, do you see a section that says recent events and announcements?
Yes.
Do you see the one that says Early Access Roadmap Season 1?
I do. I wanted the image. This is actually not very big.
You're just blind.
Well, I don't think it's that I'm blind. It's just not very big. I showed the big one on stream before.
Just do what you normally would do. Screenshot it, throw it into Paint, and then make it bigger.
Make it bigger. Make it bigger! But, oh, Shinbean. Shinbean is the one that I keep fucking forgetting that was coming out after Revenant, dude. You know, you get stuff, I guess, from the other player levels. It feels really weird to me to not get something on every level up. After playing like mobile games and MMOs that give you free shit on every level up, it's really weird to me. It's really weird to me that we only get it like every 10 levels. I'm
thinking this is just an early access reward.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, they don't have the systems for unlocking heroes. Like they don't even have a currency for it yet.
Yeah.
So it's not even like they can give anything out.
True and fair. I already have forgotten why I wanted to look at this.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about a gameplay loop.
Yes.
And then I said there wasn't really any incentives for leveling up.
Yes.
And then you wanted to get the roadmap out.
There's
Because...
something specifically, though. I've
closed the fucking tab.
I've lost my train of thought because you tried to teach me something.
Oh, sure. Put the blame on me for this.
Yes. I genuinely have no idea. I don't remember why we were looking this up. Well, I guess if you're not going to tell me, we're just going to move on.
How am I supposed to know what you were thinking?
Because I said it out loud.
Why is this on me?
I said it out loud. There was a reason I wanted to look at it, but I don't remember what we were talking about.
Shut up!
You just said you wanted to see the fucking roadmap. I don't know why. You didn't
I wanted to see the roadmap, to see the dev plans for the rewards. Thank you! Thank you, Zuto Luca! Holy shit! Thank you! It's like, I know I said it out loud! God damn! God damn!
We just looked at the rewards. What do you mean?
I forgot that was what we were here for! I couldn't remember! I'm like... It's only 300 coins per 10 levels, and Zito Luca posted the fucking skin prices earlier as well. Which means that, oh my god, that's not a lot. That's really not a lot, I don't think.
300 coins per 10 levels, and if you cap it out after level 50 plus, so that'd be 250 levels to earn coins. You divide it by 10, so it'd be 25 instances of 300 coins. So,
God, I'm glad you can do math.
It's 7,500 coins, which would be 2 legendary skins or a shit ton of rares.
Yeah, but I mean, think of how long it would take you to grind that many levels.
Well, I have 86 hours into the game. I would say about 60 of them are after the first early access because it saved my playtime.
Mm-hmm.
And in those 60 hours, I am level 32.
Yeah, that would take a really long time, because you're going to need exponentially more experience per level as well.
Assuming it keeps going up, yes. We don't know the EXP curve. We just know that there is one.
Yeah. That's not... I don't know, that seems really low. That seems really low. I don't like that skin.
Early access is going to be for a full year plus, though, right?
Yes.
And it's been out for a month. I'm level 32 in a month, so
we also don't like. Well, I guess that doesn't matter. I was gonna say we don't hard grind it because like saying it's been out a month and you're level 32. I think saying your hours is more accurate since we don't 10 hours a day.
If we hard grinded it, it'd be better. But like in a month, I did 60 hours of gameplay. I would only need about 10 months of 32 levels a month, so it'd be 10 months of 60. It'd be 600 hours of gameplay if the EXP curve stays about the same.
That's a lot. That's a lot. And like you're not going to be able to achieve 32 levels every single month once like that curve starts hitting you. And I'm wondering, like in Azure Lane, after you hit certain levels, the EXP like exponentially increases the amount that you need.
That happened at 30.
And that also
noticed.
I didn't notice. That also happened in like Lost Ark and like other games we play. So it's very possible that they have different plateaus where you're gonna get like extra cucked on how much you need to get to the next level.
Lost Ark had a Korean soft cap. That's not really the same thing.
Korean soft cap.
An XP curve.
True.
But you can ask about it in the dev channel.
I can. That is something I can ask about. I mean,
curious.
That is definitely something I can ask about. I don't know. I don't I don't like that the level rewards are only every 10 levels, and I also don't like that since they're 10 levels, the amount is too low. Like, if they're gonna stay 10 levels, I think it should be higher, or they should reduce it and do it every level.
Well, again, this is all based on pure skin prices and not how much the coins would cost, which,
Also
if I
true.
scroll up, I could do some just rudimentary napkin math. Where the fuck is that post on the coins?
Well, we only know what the coins... Actually, yeah, we got 10,000 from spending $80, right?
Legendary would be between 2,500 and 3,000 coins. So the most logical way to do coins would be on a base 10 scale. So it'd be a 10-to-1 ratio. So no, 100-to-1. It'd be a 100-to-1 ratio. So $8 would be 800 coins.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing. So $13 would be 1,300 coins. So it'd be like $25 to $30 for a legendary skin. So every 10 levels, they give you $3 in currency, which isn't horrible if you put it in that sort of perspective.
Mm-hmm.
At least in my opinion.
So wait, how many coins was a legendary skin?
Between 2,500 and 3,000. So it would be between $25 and $30 for a legendary skin.
Okay. And
which, depending on what they do with legendary skins, could or could not be worth it.
yeah, that's entirely true. And I know they don't have the master skins from original Paragon in this game. I hope they bring them over, but I hope that those aren't going to be what the legendary skins are. The master skins in Paragon were really fucking cool, but I don't think they are $25 to $30 worth of cool. Gotta make the coins odd so people can't easily follow their purchases while having change left over. God damn. Wasn't this going to be about how the player base dropped? That was for Overprime. Overprime is the one that had the player base drop. I don't know who said in chat that Overprime had a player base drop, and I asked for proofs. I couldn't find any on Google myself. So whoever made the claim early on in stream that Overprime dropped like 85% of their player base is gonna need to send me something to back that up, because like I couldn't find anything.
I'll just go look at the Steam charts real quick.
I'm gonna hit play on the video again. I want Mr. Mans to keep talking.
Okay.
Die otherwise, and it's like, but the game hasn't really breathed its first breath yet, right? Like it's just kind of here. It's just kind of existing right now.
On Steam charts.
It's what?
I'm going to say that claim was almost entirely based on Steam charts. Here's the Overprime Steam charts.
Well, Overprime is only played on Steam. They don't have a standalone launcher, and they're not on Epic Game Store as far as I know, so their Steam charts would actually be accurate.
Yes, but Paragon the Overprime also had a free-to-play release, which is why these numbers are so large.
That's true. It's true. 32,000 all-time peak, 4,324 hour peak. The dev released a statement on their Discord about player drops. I am not in the Overprime Discord.
Whereas if you look at the Steam charts for Predecessor, it has a 7K all-time peak and a 2.5K 24-hour peak. So the percentage ratio is much more in favor of Predecessor, even considering Predecessor was paid access.
True.
But that's to be expected because one of them was a free-to-play release game.
It was reposted.
And also, like you said, we don't have the Epic Games thing.
It was reposted on the Reddit for Overprime. Let me go look at the Reddit real quick then. Let's go. Overprime Reddit. Flares dev update on the game's current state. I'm assuming that might be it.
I'm glad to see the Chimera and Rampage are broken in that game too.
Yeah. Chimera. It's weird when we have games where someone's playing Chimera and they end up doing better at late game. Because Chimera was always an early game champion where he just like destroyed people early game and then fell off hard in the mid to late game. So
Rampage doesn't do that though. Rampage is just fucking annoying the entire game.
I guess let's look at this post first and then we'll go to the dev announcement one. This one, everyone said that this was the populated version because it's free. I've been trying to find a game with my buddies who love League, but we're always apprehensive about third-person MOBAs. It's taking like 3 minutes to queue, and then some dingleberry is jerking off and doesn't accept, so it goes back for another 3 to 5 minutes. They actually all got tired and didn't want to play anymore after 20 minutes of bullshit. What's up with that? I can get a game in Predecessor within 130 max, and they have a quarter of the population, but it's a $20 buy-in, so I don't want to make my friends to do that to try it out. Wraith is god tier good, so I like Overprime sometimes. So much fun when it queues. I mean, yeah, that can be a bug. We've definitely had that happen in Overprime a couple of times. But like 24 hours peak is only separated by 2,000 players, 2,500 for Pred versus 4,500 for Overprime. Overprime's peak players are at early morning NA because the bigger portion of the player base is in Asia. At peak NA and EU times, the numbers for last night were Pred at 25.27 and Overprime at 27.91, which is getting very close to Pred overtaking Overprime's numbers in prime time for NA and late night for EU. As far as queues go, Predecessor has a healthier queue base, especially for NA, because it doesn't have ranked. It's also not split into East and West NA. This is 4 total queues for NA and Overprime, but only 1 in Pred for a similar amount of people. And this was another thing. The amount of people that wanted Predecessor to release with ranked are fucking brain damaged. I want a ranked mode as much as the next guy, because I think ranked brings a healthy queuing system to a MOBA player base. But releasing a game with paid early access, with a bunch of people who have no idea how to play the game, with a bunch of people who are returning to the game after having not played it for like 10 months, ranked immediately would be a terrible idea. Especially while they are still ironing out all of the issues with their skill-based matchmaking. Normals are a good way to get good feedback and statistics for how to further tweak your skill-based matchmaking for your actual ranked queues.
I mean, could you imagine if release crunch was in ranked?
Yeah, exactly. Like, why? Like, what part of your brain is just so devoid of thought that you think it would have been a good idea to release a MOBA with paid early access with immediate ranked matchmaking? Like, come the fuck on, please. Holy shit. Overall, Overprime has like 8 server regions, and with both casual and ranked queues per region, that is 16 total queues the players are spread out on. Well, Pred has, I believe, 3 server regions and 3 queues. I believe that's correct. We have NA, we have EU, and I'm pretty sure there's a C region. They had NA split between East and West, but I think they changed that. Pred is just by the numbers, going to be a lot easier to find queues in right now. Overprime does have 4 times the players of Pred during morning and midday NA EU times, because more of their players are in Asia. Did you have something to add, Nim? I was finishing the paragraph.
I was going to say they definitely shouldn't split it into East and West. Like, just have some players take a higher ping. It's much more worth it for the queue as a whole.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that's why we don't have split NA at West and East anymore. And then if we go back out over here. I will say,
though, when League moved their servers, I was real excited to get my ping lower. That was cool. Because I went from like 80 ping to 20.
I can only imagine. From the Discord, I know that many people are worried about the game due to the lack of communication and the departure of many users. I know a lot of people say that they don't manage games and communities. I'd like to briefly tell you what we're doing right now. Right now we have a lot of lost players. Oh man, this is very Google translated. I've read enough MMO patch notes to spot Google Translate. Right now, we have lost a lot of players, so we are analyzing the data and looking for the cause. From the operation to the completeness of the game, there are many areas that are lacking, but we are trying to improve by focusing on the experience difficulties by users who are new to our game. If this part is not improved, I think that a smaller situation will be repeated, even if many users come in the future. What? Oh, similar. I misread that. That was my brain damage. A similar situation will be repeated even if many users come in the future. We will also work harder to create and improve the game's balance, BM, and fun elements. What is BM?
What's the context?
We will also work harder to create and improve the game's balance, BM, and fun elements.
Game's balance, BM, and fun elements.
Like, BM I know is, like, bad manners, but that doesn't make sense in this context.
I don't know. This is why you don't use acronyms without first specifying what the acronym means in the previous section.
Especially as, like, a company, what the heck? As well as the identity that represents our game. I know that many people are worried because the release of patches and roadmap is being delayed. We're going to patch once a month as originally planned, and that will be mid-January. We are currently testing the next hero, and information on the next hero will be released soon. Please wait a little longer, even if it takes a little longer and there are many inconvenient parts. We are always working hard, and we express our gratitude to the many people who trust and wait for us. Thank you. After posted, they said they're considering the following: tank mage items adjustment, destroyer stone, accepting or refusing matchmaking before entering a lobby, and general pace of the game. Now, I know Predecessor has gotten a whole bunch of grant money from Epic as well, so I'm not trying to give them like any major leeway here. But Overprime was completely designed by one guy, and the reason that all of the names were fucked up is because he didn't have a license to use the names for the heroes in Overprime that Epic had in Paragon. And the original way that you had to play Overprime, both Fault and Predecessor had actual server hosting for their closed tests and for their early accesses and stress tests. So they had actual server hosting that you could play on and not worry about it. Overprime, if you wanted to play Overprime in the testing phase, it was all peer-to-peer. So you had to like open ports on your router and connect to people that way to test Overprime. And I did that a couple of times, and I did not really enjoy it. It did not feel fun. I also got to the point where Overprime was basically like a myth. Whenever I'd be playing Fault back in the day, people would come to my channel and ask what my thoughts on like Predecessor and Overprime were in comparison to Fault. And it was basically like Overprime hasn't been able to be played off of a peer-to-peer connection ever. And so like Overprime basically didn't exist to me at that point in time. And the fact that people would still bring it up as a game that could exist was fucking nuts to me. But somehow, at some point, Netmarble took notice of this single Korean guy having a passion project, and Netmarble bought him out. And now that Netmarble are the ones designating everything in Overprime, they got the licenses to use the names of the original characters in Paragon. They got the rights to use Paragon's original name, which made me angry. Because Predecessor had always been the most put together of the three remakes. And as a free-to-play game releasing, with buying the rights to use the original title of the game that they are remaking, becoming Paragon the Overprime, instead of just Overprime, a lot of people are going to see this and be directed here and think that Overprime is more of a legitimate clone than Predecessor is. Whereas Predecessor has always been superior to Overprime. And people are going to bring up the argument of like, oh, well, they have ranked queue in Overprime, so it's more put together. And it's like, there's things wrong with Pred. There are absolutely balancing issues. There's things wrong in Pred. The map needs to be fixed. They don't have like currency systems that we already went with. Like there's definitely issues. But the fact that Overprime now has the Paragon name attached to it, a lot of unsuspecting people who haven't been following this clusterfuck since 2017 like I have are going to just assume that Overprime is the more legitimate one. Isn't Overprime like 80% wacky woohoo bullshit that has nothing to do with the original Paragon aside from the models? Yes. Yes, they do. And they have lane teleporting as well, which is something I hate. Absolutely fucking hate. Their map is too big. They have the opposite problem of Predecessor. The map is too big and there's too much empty fucking space. Like, it looks and feels atrocious to play on. And this is having played it in peer-to-peer testing and also having played it in its beta accesses on Steam. Overprime seems annoying. Nim hated Overprime so much we didn't even finish the last testing weekend. Like, I could not convince him to play Overprime again. Netmarble also somehow got whitelisted to bring all of their games, including Overprime, to China a few days ago. Somehow. Interdasting. You thought Paragon was dead and buried? People are clawing over its remains? There have been at least 6 or 7 revival projects after Paragon closed in 2017. I was personally involved in one of the projects called Phoenix Rising. But that got shut down pretty early on. Fault, Predecessor, and Overprime were the only 3 that ever saw any fruition. Paragon was an amazing game that had amazing prospects, but Epic shut it down in order to focus on Fortnite, which is why there are so many dedicated communities who wanted to bring the game back. It felt so much better than any other MOBA on the market, and it was very different from any other MOBA experience that you could get on the market then and now. The MOBA market hasn't transformed whatsoever. You'd point out whenever you tell people about Paragon and the Clusterfucks, no one has ever heard of them. Paragon had a sizable fan base considering Epic did 0 fucking marketing for it. It had 0 marketing and still has this much dedication to wanting a remake. And for people to spawn like indie companies out of nothing, like Omeda, like SMS did with Fault, like the single Korean guy in his basement getting bought out by Netmarble, like that is how dedicated these people were. And like, I understand from Epic's perspective as a company to focus on the thing that's making you fistfuls of cash, but goddamn, dude, look at how down bad all of us are. Someone save Unreal Tournament the same way. Oh man, they killed Unreal Tournament for the same reason. Yeah, I don't really trust Epic as far as I can throw them, dude. But it's I can't say I'm not exactly surprised, and especially as someone who plays like Korean MMOs, I don't have faith. I don't have faith in Netmarble. I'm not saying it's worthless because of it. You super love dedicated fan bases. Yeah. I mean, I'm agreeing with you. There's a lot of people who don't know what Paragon was. It had no marketing. They didn't market it at all. So the fact that so many people are so dedicated to wanting a remake of a game that had 0 marketing is kind of fucking freakish, you know? Imagine shutting down the game that is next game in the series your fucking engine is named after. Can't catch a fucking break, dude. Can't catch a break. Let's listen to this man flap his gamey gams a bit more. Let's keep going.
And it's playable, but that doesn't mean the game is out, and that doesn't mean that the game can even die in this state because it hasn't had its big push yet. And so even if they did open the floodgates and make the game free to play right now and launch it on console right now, they can't even have a revenue stream because there's no shop in the game. There's nothing to invest your money in.
You've already said this.
Is it smarter for the developers to push the project further along and develop it further and to have a much more finished game, again, game, not gameplay, and then open the floodgates, or to let a bunch of people come in now and play the game now? It's very, very simple. They need to continue to develop the game, have a much more completed project, much more completed product, that's the word I was looking for, that has systems and account tracking and match history and replays and ranked mode and more heroes and better UI and a shop and, you know, cosmetics that you can purchase and all of these things that make a phenomenal game before they pitch the game to the world as a game. So no, Predecessor is not.
I don't know how I feel about that, right? Because, like, I understand they're in early access. I'm paying to get into early access, but, like, the pitch should be part of it. At least in my opinion, right? Like, I understand that in early access, it's not a complete game, but I don't really, I guess, understand the point of what he's trying to make.
What pitch?
What do you mean?
You said the pitch should be a part of it. What pitch do you mean?
He's saying that, like, I guess I'll just replay it because I can't remember exactly how he worded it, and I don't want to misquote him. I'll replay it. You pay attention.
And ranked mode, and
I gotta go back further.
Continue to develop the game now, gameplay, and then open the floodgates. A much harder, because there's no play right now, and launch it on console right now. They can't even have a revenue stream because there's no shop in the game. There's nothing to invest your money in. So is it smarter for the developers to push the project further along and develop it further and to have a much more finished game, again, game, not gameplay, and then open the floodgates, or to let a bunch of people come in now and play the game now? It's very, very simple. They need to continue to develop the game, have a much more completed project, much more completed product, that's the word I was looking for, that has systems and account tracking and match history and replays and ranked mode and more heroes and better UI and a shop and, you know, cosmetics that you can purchase and all of these things that make a phenomenal game before they pitch the game to the world as a game. So no, Predecessor is not dying, not the...
That.
And what are you arguing for this?
I'm just saying, like, they kind of have already pitched it, right? Like, they're saying, hey, here's the game, here's the roadmap, buy into early access if you want. I guess I don't really understand.
They haven't really pitched this game. They haven't really done any advertisement or marketing.
Mm-hmm.
How many people have you seen come into your stream like, wait, I thought this game was dead?
That's true.
This game's not gonna be like pitched until they start like paying for advertisements, getting trailers and shit out. And essentially what he's saying is this early access should be for them to like get feedback and finish the game so that when they do their pitch, it's going to stick.
That's true. That's fair. I can agree with that. It's just, I don't know. I guess most gamers want to have finished product, but I guess since I am so closely entwined with this game, I don't mind that it's not finished yet.
Yeah, that's also what he's saying. Like, they should release the product as close to finished as possible, which is why it's not released yet. It's in paid early access. And their game is already funded. They don't need the money from early access, which is why they didn't do any advertising.
Understandable. I understand now. Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that.
I've heard anybody say that, but no, Predecessor isn't in, they don't need to do this right away. No, doesn't need that. No, Predecessor isn't losing to Paragon the Overprime.
Absolutely
if anything, not. I think player retention wise, Paragon the Overprime is losing to itself, and that's a completely different discussion that I'm not even really equipped to discuss because I don't play the game. But no, Predecessor is in the perfect position for where it needs to be. Now here is the truth. The game can fail, absolutely, but it has nothing to do with any of these factors. All it has to do with is, can the developers, with the money they have, we don't know what they have. We know they secured like $22 million in funding, but we don't really know what they have left, what they're sitting on, what kind of investment they may be able to secure. Can the developers, with the money that they have, feasibly crank out and produce a product that is capable of retaining players when they inevitably go free to play? That's the only thing that matters. And that's nothing any of us can really speculate on other than by looking at their track record and by looking at the product that's in front of us right now. In my mind, I think the gameplay is phenomenal. I think the gameplay loop is phenomenal. And so if they nail these systems, if they nail this development between now and that free-to-play launch date, then I think that they will retain players. I think that they will, hopefully, given that the monetization is, you know, good and fair and feels good to invest in, I think that they will drive sales and earn revenue, and I think that the game is going to have a very bright future. Now, to quickly speak on console, because I know it's a big hot topic for talking about the para-zombie games, I will say that I have had some information with developers and some talks with developers in the past, not these developers, about how working on cross-platform and things can go, and it's a really, really frustrating and annoying sounding. It's really good for the games because cross-platform equals a larger player base that you can tap into, but it also comes with its downsides. So from my knowledge,
I fucking hate
cross-platform requires you to patch on every platform, which means you have to have certification and approval from each platform when you're patching. You have to patch all at the same time because the games are cross-platform. So then you have to sometimes push your patching days back to line them all up to make sure that you can all patch at the same time. And if I remember this correctly, I believe you even have to pay to patch on some platforms. So I'm going to make a wild speculation here, and I don't really need confirmation in it. I could be wrong, but I would dare say that the game is already console ready. I don't really see any reason why it's not console ready. They have full controller mapping already in the PC version of the game. But the reason they're not going to launch the game on console is because it just doesn't make sense to right now. It would just be a large waste of money for them to launch the game on console, to have to pay for each certification patch, like to pay for each patch, to have to delay their patches so that way they can sync up all the patches, and then to get people in the game when there's no way of them generating revenue outside of the initial purchases for early access.
I'd be interested to see.
No,
I'm gonna be interested to see if this game might suffer from a similar issue to what Terra did. I know Paragon was cross-platform, and they didn't seem to have any issues with the combat running on console. So it's possible that like whatever coding they did is not it's not Korean spaghetti coded like Terra was, so the quick pace of the combat isn't gonna matter. But I guess we'll have to see, and as much of a delay as we can get until consoles release is what I'm happy with, dude.
I will say, this game's combat system is not fast enough for that to matter.
That's possible, yeah. It's definitely not as fast as Terra.
It's not. It's just not. They also, like, they have aim assist for controller players in this game, so
yeah,
that's also not a factor.
Paragon was originally on console, so it makes sense that they can do that a lot easier. Cross-platform just for the sake of it is a bad idea. Well, I mean, again, to be fair, Paragon also had cross-platform, so a lot of people who were interested in the remakes also wanted cross-platform, because gamers are dumb.
Besides, if you want to play this game on a controller, just play Kalari. Not Kalari, Chimera. There's no mechanical skill involved.
No mechanical skill, dude. I mean, can you explain, since you are someone who, like, I feel like enjoys the game to a degree, and this guy keeps talking about how the gameplay loop feels, is the only reason you feel like it's not rewarding just because we don't have like a currency that we're getting from winning or losing, or is there like another reason that it makes you feel that way?
That feeling is specifically in the carry role, because there is a very low skill ceiling to carry right now, is the issue. I guess what I mean by that is, do you know the difference between micro and macro in an MMO?
Yeah.
So the micro in carry has a very low skill ceiling, so all of your skill has to be essentially put into macro.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well be jungling anyways, which is why you see me jungling.
Yeah.
A lot.
I mean, that is fair, but then you, like, I don't think I would disagree that it's overall a low skill ceiling. I just think particularly with you, since you are very good in the role, you notice how bad other people are when you're not in the role, and especially if I get stuck laning with someone who's, like, not you or not Ots. It's very bad. It's like holding hands with myself if I was trying to play carry, you know? It's just, it doesn't work very well. So I'm hoping that some of the other carries that are coming out that are going to be mechanically more micro might be interesting to you. I have no idea what their Hunter's character is going to be, since that's completely new. But hopefully that can improve a little bit. I don't know what I would be able to give for, like, feedback for that either, because it's not like, I'm trying to think of like an in-depth carry that I can, like, compare something to, but I really can't. She can only finish with Nim or Ots. I'm very particular, okay? If only us gamers didn't live in a society.
Don't think that we're going to see console launch until very, very close to free-to-play launch or full release of the game, because it just doesn't really make sense to. Right now, early access is basically like a beta. You know, I don't really know where in the pipeline those terminologies get like layered on top of each other, behind each other, wherever. But we're quite literally just playing the game early. That's what we're doing. We're playing the game early. We're giving our feedback. We're giving them information and, importantly, a lot of data. And they are going to take this time that they have between now and whatever amount of money that they can stretch for their development and make the game as good as they can. So that's my thoughts on Predecessor. I think it's in a very good position. I think it's doing great. I think that the developers have done an amazing job. I think that we have a nice little roadmap in front of us. I think that we have some features.
Them getting out that
ahead,
roadmap as fast as they did was really good too.
4, 8, 12 months. And honestly, I don't really see this game coming out for like a year. I don't see this game releasing for about a year, maybe longer. We'll see. It's kind of impossible to know. I don't know how many employees they have, and I don't know how fast they work, and I'm not really in a hurry because I want the game to be the best version of the game that it can be. So friends, those are my thoughts. What do you think? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Predecessor's doing great. I'm excited about the future, and I'm not really stressed about the numbers and where it's at, and it needs to be on comp.
All right. I feel very similarly as well, where it's like if it takes more than a year for early access, I'm not going to be fucking sweating about it. And I know a lot of people have like asked how long early access is gonna last, or like how much early access do we think there's gonna be. And I know a lot of us have been burned by like fucking perma early access. Like look at fucking Tarkov. How long has Tarkov been in beta now? Jesus Christ. Like I definitely understand the frustration with games that seem like they're perpetually in fucking early access. But I don't think I would mind too much if this game stayed in early access more than the like projected year that they said that they were gonna do. If it took a little longer, I wouldn't be peeved. I'd be okay with it. If they started stretching it past like a year and a half, I'd be like, am I being rused here, sir? Are you rusing me like the rest of these 7 days to die, dude? Perma fucking early access? I think you used to use more than one long length of footage. Yeah, no, I agree. Just having this be like one singular long match in the background, I get it for consistency's sake, but I think it would have been better if he chopped up the footage of like doing different stuff. Tarkov will never be out of beta. Oh my god. Your Fade Netmarble will do some crap like release with crypto and NFT while promoting the crap out of it with like NNK. And when Predecessor releases free to play, no one will ever want to try it. I don't know what you mean by that, because them partnering with like NFT will make more people not want to play it. What do you mean? Group was early access 2011 to 16, then closed. Oh, I read that as group. I don't know what GRP is. Warframe has always been in alpha. NFTs are like speedrunning bankruptcy. Yeah, pretty much. Like if Netmarble decided to go the crypto NFT route with Overprime, they'd basically just be dead in the water. You're used to it. Warframe is a decade old, and it's technically still a beta. Jesus Christ. I have a lot of faith in the Omega team working on Predecessor. I have known a lot of the people who are working on the team for years. Nibori, you see him in chat sometimes. I knew him back in Paragon as well. Like a lot of these people I've known for a very long time, and I have faith. I have faith. And hopefully I won't have to call them out too often if they make mistakes. And that Netmarble will stain forever Paragon game reputation. That's a fair point. That's a fair point because, again, like, they took on the Paragon name, and I really fucking hate that they did that. I really dislike it. I understand from a company perspective why you would want to take on that name and why it's good for them. I don't like that they took that name because more people are going to now try Overprime instead of the superior Paragon remake. And like even back when Fault was the only remake that could reliably be played, I was still repping Predecessor even harder. Cause like I didn't want to play Fault. I wanted to play Pred. Pred was what I had been waiting for ages. Makes them look bad because it's not the original. A little bit, dude. A little bit. It's just fucking, I hate it. I mean, I agreed with most of what that guy said. I was ready for like a buckle up buckaroo for some down atrocious MMO bites to your takes, but he seemed to have pretty same thoughts on it as us. When does Pred come out on console? I will cut you into pieces and turn you into a console disc. Oh my god. What are your overall thoughts, Nimothy?
Cock.
That's not thoughts on the video.
I mean, I think he had relatively same thoughts as us.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't MMO Bites tier at all. It was rational. It was rational thoughts. Gotta play Pred on the Nintendo Switch. Fuck you. Fuck you. And speaking of playing on the Nintendo Switch, I guess I could just leave you in here while I'm talking. You'd fucking listen to me anyway. We have the alpacas! We got multiple distractions, dude! But they're coming back! I didn't forget about them! I didn't forget about the papaca! Papaca's so cute. I love alpaca, dude. Let's see. In March, a volunteer escorted 2 armed men away at gunpoint after they were spotted climbing the hill toward the ranch house, Logue says. The identity of the men is unknown. The ranchers talked about the hostility in media interviews, hoping increased attention would scare off harassers. Logue says they installed cameras, obtained body armor, and began to build a taller fence, and stepped up firearms training. Very bad firearms training. They don't even have a back fucking wall to catch shit. It's just like over an open road. The ranchers have not reported any of the threats to the Custer County Sheriff's Department. The ranchers said they declined to do so, in part because they had seen Custer County Sheriff Shannon Byerly in a video speaking at a 2015 rally held near Westcliff on the anniversary of the founding of the right-wing Oath Keepers, whose members believe the federal government is encroaching on their rights and who try to recruit, among others, law enforcement officers. What the fuck are the Oath Keepers? Hold on a second, I gotta look that up. Oath Keepers. Southern Poverty Law Center, alright. Okay, Oath Keepers ADL, Wikipedia. Is there gonna be like an unbiased source here? Am I just gonna have to read what these people tell me? Justice.gov. Alright, that sounds like maybe. Maybe. Probably not. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Charges of seditious conspiracy. Oh, that sounds fucking nice, actually. Hold on, wait a minute. This is a long fucking... Leader of Oath Keepers and Oath Keepers member found guilty of seditious conspiracy and other charges related to the U.S. Capitol breach. Wait a minute, does this have to do with like the fucking January 6th fucking shit? Hold on, wait a minute, what the fuck? What the hell? They're the glowy group that does marches. Oh, okay. Okay. Oath Keepers are far-right Second Amendment patriots. If the ADL hates them, I love them. That's pretty much... Like, if you see someone on the Southern Poverty Law Center, that's probably a pretty good indication that they might actually be decent people. But I guess let's read what the ADL says about these guys, because, like, I can't really find any other information. The Oath Keepers organization claims to be defending the U.S. Constitution and fighting tyranny, but as former Oath Keeper spokesman Jason Van Tatenhove describes, the group is actually selling the revolution. The threats to American liberties that Oath Keepers say the federal government is responsible for are in reality a set of baseless conspiracy theories. As part of the group's mission, Oath Keepers have directed their recruiting effort towards members of the military, law enforcement, and other public safety positions. They're often confrontational and have participated in multiple armed standoffs against the government. The most recent is the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, where members of the group, including its leader, Stuart Rhodes, were arrested and accused of conspiring to oppose the presidential transfer of power by force. The group also has a long history of engaging in and promoting their own form of vigilantism by providing voluntary armed security, not affiliated with any law enforcement entity, at various protests and venues. That sounds based. What do you mean? In 2014, members formed their own patrol in Ferguson, Missouri, after the killing of an unarmed black man in 2014. Why are they still calling it that? And they provided security to an InfoWars reporter during the anniversary protest a year later. How dare they protect InfoWars? Those aren't humans! Oh my god. In 2015, Rhodes said that they would protect notorious Kennedy clerk Kim Davis from arrest. That name is really familiar. That name is really fucking familiar. I don't remember who she is, though. Members patrolled the site of the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017, and polling locations in 16 and 20, Allegedly, to discourage and report voter fraud, members have provided security for events and individuals promoting the Stop the Steal after the 2020 election, including Roger Stone. They also offered security to business owners who defied COVID-19 public health safety measures. What am I supposed to hate here? They just get better and better! Like, what? What do you mean? In their own words, I think we have to realize that, you know, Trump failed. He had a duty and a responsibility to step up, but he failed to do that. And he allowed a cheek-calm puppet into the White House. I'm talking to Hank Hill's dad here. I think now we need to just declare that it to be illegitimate and refuse to comply with anything that comes out of his mouth. Anything he signs, anything passed, the so-called legislation. Label it pretend, just like the Founding Father did. I mean... I don't know, man. This is just a bunch of more quotes. From them. I don't know. They sound on the surface pretty based, but we'll have to see, I guess. The ranchers, where are we? And if I can, Brierly, Oath Keepers. Brierly confirmed to Reuters that he spoke at the rally, but said that he does not belong to the Oath Keepers. In the speech, a video of which was reviewed by Reuters, he spoke about gun rights and his feeling that some unnamed U.S. leaders were showing signs of tyranny. The Oath Keepers did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Byerly said his deputies checked out media reports of threats against the ranch and found no evidence. Gee! What you doing there, ranchers? He said ranchers were not contacted for the informal investigation because his deputies did not feel welcome at the ranch. In an initial interview with Reuters, he described a confrontational exchange between the armed ranchers and one of his deputies, who said he was barred from entering the ranch when he went to investigate an April 22nd car accident involving a ranch hand. Footage from the deputy's body cam video during his visit the day of the accident, obtained through a public records request, shows a single ranch hand, not visibly carrying weapons. The ranch hand told Reuters she was unarmed. Video shows the ranch hand greeting the deputy at the gate, being questioned about the accident, and offering contact information. Asked about the discrepancies, the sheriff acknowledged in a subsequent interview that he had been mistaken in his account. What? Oath Keepers glow pretty hard, but it is mostly because, as they mean by their name, they want people who have taken the law enforcement oath in their ranks. As such, they recruit a lot of retired law enforcement. That makes sense why they'd be kind of glowing, you know? This is what the people that hate them are saying about them. They sound good! Yeah, right? Like, what kind of dirty, gross shit have they done if, like, the things that are supposed to make us hate them make them sound good? I'm a little confused here. On a recent day in late June, ranchers and volunteers formed a semicircle, spreading their arms wide and corralling a few dozen fuzzy alpaca into a holding pen for shearing. May Quainty Dynamic, a transgender woman from Denver, was among the volunteers. Dynamic said she was thrilled to be surrounded by so many other transgender people. She met Logue, who, like her, also began to transition at the age of 35. I've been able to talk to everybody and tell my story over and over. After a long day, Logue made her way back to her room as the sun began to sink, sending shafts of light through the indigo storm clouds above the Sangre de Cristo Mountains.
We have chosen the path.
Spectre Flight, my guy. Hello! Thank you for the heckin' raid, dude. Welcome. How was your stream, my dude? Gotta run. Have a good night, Tony. Have a good heckin' night, Tony. How was your stream? Welcome, raiders. This is a Spectre Flight raid. Take cover, please. Please do not airstrike my children. Sore from a day of wrangling alpaca, Logue collapsed onto her mattress and closed her eyes outside her door. The sounds of warm chatter and dinner prep filled the hallway from the kitchen. All right, okay. Well, that was a little backstory on the ranch. Got a little backstory here, and they have like a little Twitter account. We are the electrochemical supercomputers. Waifus are the future. Vash, get in line. He came in before the alpacas. What the fuck is going on? And why are so many guns involved? We're talking about Tenacious Unicorn Ranch, my guy. In a very real way, these lies that are being spread about the ranch have put trans lives at risk. Kiwi Farms was the last group to send police to the ranch, regardless it happened again and again. We've proven our animals are extremely well cared for. Timeline cleanse. 2022? What did the humble fruit farmers do this time? It is our position that the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch has met all obligations we have under our charter, which include helping her with bills for the past years.
Negativity of interaction during our time together should not be a reason to sow hostility after the fact. Where is my image? Is it this? It is this. So, this is the person that I think they're talking about here. The person that they let go, that they're talking about in this big tweet chain. Well. Let's see. For the global community, or as a whole, and for the ranch at a local level as well, due to recent chatter on social media that has been brought to our attention by several of our advocates and allies, we felt it best to offer a statement of clarification. Recently, a small Twitter thread was posted by our former CFO and a former member who joined the ranch shortly after its formation. That is, I was correct. They are talking about that image I have. And yeah, as a rule, we do not publicize any of our people's comings and goings for safety reasons, and they have opted to make some of those details public, and we can at the very least confirm this individual joined us in 2019 and departed in 2021. Their time with us as acting CFO included a number of challenges, and the lessons that we learned as a result of many of their decisions have informed some of the policies that were implemented after their departure. Our organization learned the importance of ensuring that visibility into the budget and bank accounts should be achievable by a broader range of our membership and not the sole purview of a CFO. Ooh, do they have embezzlement issues like Black Lives Matter? We're also learning the importance of distributing passwords and account access tokens in shared vaults via a password manager that can help ensure continuity of access in the event of an abrupt, unplanned departure of one individual. Despite the setbacks and stresses that were associated with our former CFO's departure, dedicated members of the ranch community were able to sort out these affairs, cover all bills that were discovered to be unpaid, and develop a budget and saving system that is not only working more smoothly than before, but also affords our community as a whole greater visibility and participation in our financial health. It's been over a year now since all of this transpired, and the ranch has never been healthier. Separately, a question has arisen regarding whose names appear on paperwork such as titles, liens, mortgages, and whether or not the ranch is subject to the authority of a landlord. This is also important to address, given that the tenure of our previously departed colleague was marred by an accusation of unwanted sexual advances. Who could have seen that coming? And the attempted imposition of rules concerning visitors to the property, rules that were not developed through group discussions or censures, which is, of course, very problematic. The real estate title for the land which we operate was initially drawn up under our CFO's name, as opposed to our entity's name. This was plainly an improper way to formulate this paperwork, and that is a clerical matter being addressed very soon this coming year. The ranch has made every mortgage payment, and the ownership of the land, as well as our status upon it, is not in dispute by any of the current stakeholders. The Tenacious Unicorn Ranch has always stood by the principle that while interpersonal friction can arise among members of any community, as long as the parties involved aren't being abusive, toxic, or violent, we would always do our best to ensure that nobody leaves the ranch without future housing. This has led to some frustrating roommate situations and hurt feelings along the way, lessons that we may opt to share in a future write-up or community workshop. We have learned from every situation and improved the project each time a challenge was met by our community. While we provide housing, we are aware of our limitations and the fact that we are not counselors. We try to provide means for people on ranch to get professional help, and our now departed colleagues strongly advocated for their partner to serve as an on-site counselor. While they may have had the best of intentions, their lack of qualifications and training resulted in our membership making the decision to decline this offer out of concern for possible harm that could result for individuals already in crisis who turn to us for support. This is like a huge fucking clusterfuck. What is happening? We believe that it is extremely important when helping folks in crisis that one does their best to not inflict more harm. In summary, our former CFO has been unaffiliated with the ranch for over a year. We believe that all possible care was taken to ensure that we protected her privacy, as well as during the time she was moving to her new space. Negativity of interaction during our time together should not be a reason to sow hostility after the fact. This is about bills. This is about bills. And then there was the other thread. Future transparency. Gotta go back one more, I think. No. No, this is just, oh no. Oh no. Go back. Yeah, Tenacious Unicorn Ranch. Here we go. 2020 was the year. Where's the one? Where's the one where they were talking about? Maybe it's just this. Maybe it's just this. Oh, this is just a repeat of the Twitter thread. What the fuck? Okay, so let's read the... This is their former CFO's Twitter thread. How does this help raise alpacas? Oh my god. Very nice gnomes. Do not eat the alpaca. Do not eat them. So their former CFO said, the Tenacious Unicorn Ranch, my home for 2 years, and current squatters in my legally owned house are unfortunately nothing more than a glorified cult. It was only through my marital explosion that I left the property and was forced to take off the rose-colored glasses. The meme above is my own creation and amusingly reflects the relationship of Penny and I behind the scenes. I ran finances and can say without question that the ranch makes no money. The animals, which I see weren't shorn this year, are a massive money sink. I can tell you that not a single donation gets stored and saved for its intended purpose. It's largely used to continue feeding the animals and the occasional meal out with the family. We are barely afloat, and I always fought with Penny over fundraising transparency. One example was an attempted GoFundMe for something like $500,000, which I was able to talk Penny down from and split up into phases to show we accomplished something with the money donated, which is a good idea. Which we lied about completing phase 1 because former residents left their trailers. What? What does that even mean? What was phase 1? Now I need to know. Speaking of further residents, I don't think a single one left on good terms. The only one I can think of is my ex, who happened to feel more guilty about what happened to us than understand how what we did didn't actually help people. The ranch is more harmful than good. Though most that left had more personal beef, it leads to a greater issue. Penny insisted to me several times that the ranch is not a crisis center. But I have learned in my work with the community that in order to help trans people in crisis, you must be a crisis center. We are all in crisis, and I can say that's true about all the members of the ranch. I'm not about to make this personal, though. Trauma-informed is something the ranch is not. The poor trans mask couple that we helped end up leaving while accusing them of ableism. What? I tried my best to help them, but my personal life was in its own crisis. My spouse turned against me for bringing in someone to audition for helping the ranch. I brought Kind Kinkster in for their experience in trauma and project management, 2 fields we were failing at. Okay, all right, hold on a minute. Hold on a fucking second. In the other thread, we learned that the CFO wanted to bring in her significant other for counseling, but this person is saying she didn't want to bring in her significant other for counseling, and that caused her spouse to turn against her because she was bringing in somebody else that wasn't her spouse. And then she talked to someone whose at is Kind Kinkster for their experience in trauma and project management. I mean, I guess if you're managing a bunch of submissives and you're advanced in Shibari, that is a type of project management, but like, fuck it. What is happening here? What the fuck is happening here? We had no idea how to handle people's trauma. We certainly tried, but failed often, creating rifts and bad blood. You can't save everyone. Become something of a motto surprisingly early on. But it's for the best, since providing housing is an inherently abusive relationship. I mean, I guess I can see what they're saying there. If you're providing housing free of charge, you are inherently in like a power relationship with whoever you're providing the housing to for free. And at any point you can be like, I'm providing you this for free, so you must do this for me, kind of thing. If you end up getting power structure syndrome. Room and board isn't free. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, never mind, they're charging it, but then they say it costs us a ton. Okay, so they're providing it for free, but they pay the thingies. Room and board isn't free. It costs us a ton, and we needed to get something of value from residents in order to continue functioning. We tried many models to get this to work, but in the end, it only created a class system. Residents, renters, rescues, and pets. Kink. Are they saying that like pets in a kink relationship, not pets like animals, but people who like to be pets in a kink relationship, are they saying they don't have rights? Like, why are pets specifically included as a separate stock category in their class system? What the fuck? Literally tiered communism sex cult.
If that means you don't have rights, I'm all here for it.
What the fuck? That's rude! You dumb bitch! I've learned the best way to help house people is through giving them the skills and connections to fund their own housing. This can include chasing down health diagnoses that qualify for disability, since there's a large overlap between trans and disabled folks. Well, that seems very helpful that they're trying to, like, chase down health diagnoses and do stuff for, like, disability qualifications, if there's qualifications there, but, like, you gotta go to a doctor. You guys aren't doctors. Like, you gotta set up, like, doctor's appointments, and I understand, right? I fucking hate setting up doctor's appointments, but, like, it's just something you gotta do as an adult. We all need direction. Volunteers would show up eager to help and interact with the animals, but would have to settle for a tour and mediocre petting zoo experience. We barely knew what we were doing most days, breaking our bodies, convincing ourselves that it would help. What the fuck do the alpacas have to do with any of this? Why are they an alpaca farm? What? I don't understand. How do the alpacas help the mental issues and the disability? What? We deluded ourselves in this case, selling it as a hope, but offering no solutions. The most valuable thing we offered was a promotion of self-arming within the trans community, but it became creepily paramilitaristic in my absence. Ran entirely by veterans now. What? I thought veterans were part of, like, the Glow Club with the fucking Kingdom Hearts Keyblade people that did the January 6th party. What is happening? Veterans mentioned only to lay out the environment that this is being built on. Exposed in their battalion and brigade Twitter accounts, much like our appearance on AJ Plus taken as a template. Is that Alex Jones Plus? I don't know what else AJ Plus could be. We may be amidst a civil war, but it's being fought in a more sophisticated battlefield. Is this Tim Pool's long-lost twin? Civil war! Yes, we must defend ourselves. Yes, we should be just as armed as those looking to eliminate us from existence. But that includes the weapons of cultural change. What? I would make a joke right now, but I cannot do that on Twitch, and thus I will act like a responsible adult and just say, I don't think anyone is looking to eliminate you from existence, good people. Al Jazeera, the Middle East News Network. Ah, thank you, Orange Crowbar, man. I completely forgot that Al Jazeera fucking existed. Oh, Vash, you said it too. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Jesus, fuck. What Penny is doing is now dangerous, and I can't be happier to not be a part of it. Since leaving the ranch, I have spoken to former founders, residents, volunteers, and guards, all questioning the ranch's work after their involvement. Stories ranging from confusion of decision-making to claimed and confessed abuses. The ranch is hurting people. They want to do too much and ultimately accomplish a net negative. Stop being a ranch, it's an abject failure. Stop providing housing, it's inescapably abusive. And for God's sake, stop posting your crimes online. Do not fund the ranch. Alpaca wool was supposed to be the economical engine for their little retreat, but from day one, the alpacas were in horrible condition, underfed and undercared for, because who would have guessed that these individuals could not care for animals properly? I was like, as much as I think alpacas are cute, I don't think I'm equipped to take care of them either. I'd, like, really have to fucking learn. Right? Like, I'd have to start with, like, one alpaca before I'm just like, yeah, give me, like, 300 of them. Whatever, dude. I want more information, and unfortunately, this is all I have. I just had the news article and then, like, the Twitter stuff. But I want more information. Because they said that there's been, like, confessed, claimed, and confirmed abuses. I want to know what's been going on this little here alpaca ranch. My bladder is crying. I need to pee again. I've been drinking too much water these past few days. I've been drinking too much goddamn water. I'm glad I was able to get through some of this alpacaness. I wish I had more information. Maybe I should go deep diving and find more. That's the point. Alpacas are not high maintenance, and that's why they chose it, but they could not even do that properly. Oh, Jesus Christ, really? I don't know, like, anything about fucking alpacas, so, you know, there's that. I just know that they're cute, and they're fuzzy, and their tongues feel funny. I went to petting zoo with alpacas and Glama. I love Glama. Nim become the tuba. Ask the fruit farm. I might have to see. Like, the fruit farm was mentioned in the Alpaca Ranch's main Twitter, so there might be some robust, ripe fruits for me to pick from. There's a mega thread. Might have to look at the mega thread. Like I said before, the fruit farmers may be spooky, but they always have good information. They always have the good info, dude. Go pee, stop stalling. I can't pee. I have to wrap up. It's past 8. I have to wrap up. We gotta see what my mods have joined for us here.
Just pee on chat.
I don't want to pee on the chat. They would like that. Pee and wrap up later. I'm not playing more commercials at the end of stream. What's wrong with you?
And focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought
How does this make you feel safer?
to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department.
It's literally a super chat thanking. It's like, well, we can't give you more information on these 4 dead people, but hey, let's thank all of our sponsors, you know?
Dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to
just take us with you.
Worry, normies. The stabby stabs are not normal. We have very low stabby stab rate. Do not pay attention to the rate of grapes on this campus.
Maddie, Kaylee, Zana, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward.
I'm glad I got to watch that live. I'm glad. How did they solve that case? They were looking for a Hyundai Elantra, and they found the Hyundai Elantra. And then the FBI watched that man like TV for 4 days, and then they caught him.
I would never, in a million years, have said or predicted that one day people's grandmothers and mothers would be hanging out in 4chan.
The 4 grands, dude. It's like everybody thought that Pol was a board of racist, lonely, incel ideology-fueled, cishet white men and traps. When in reality, the Pol board is just a bunch of grannies playing bingo. The grannies have been shit posting us about BBC for the last decade. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Pol is very diverse. The most diverse, you could say. It's fucking... Those racists will accept anyone as long as you're racist. Called it? What did I call? What's happening here? The gushing grannies. We're not making Mountain Dew flavors. You stop it. I can relate to him there.
The song that we're singing basically is this prayer song. Just basically asking to see that we have a good day, to be able to give us the strength that we have.
Wait, did they come up with like weird tribal music? Oh no. Isn't this offensive?
Wait, Kier.
Yeah.
Before you get off of stream, someone in stream suggestions posted a video on why you should play Overprime instead of Predecessor.
Why you should be playing Overprime instead of Predecessor? How long is this video? If this is longer than 5 minutes, we're gonna have to save it.
What if it's 11 minutes?
We're gonna have to save it. Not today. Tomorrow.
No, give in to the hate.
I will give in to the hate tomorrow. You better not let me forget. You better not let me forget.
Where was I in this thing?
Oh, that was it. Those are all the clips. A low mileage stream. No problem. P11! I will pee! Stop demanding it! You'll make me think you like it too much. Fucking weirdo. You weirdo. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah. I almost never see fucking Leah on Twitch. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Pee. I really need to pee. I'm fucking dying. I'm actually dying. I remembered to open my script because I'm fucking nuts. I'm gonna raid Leah because she's on fucking Twitch for once. Gonna raid Leah. We're gonna be playing, speaking of Predecessor, Leah and I are gonna be playing Predecessor on the 14th! I got Leah a copy of the game. I was like, here you go. I got privileges as a content creator. Have game. So we're gonna be playing Predecessor together on the 14th. I'll get to see, you know, which one of us is more toxic in a MOBA environment. Oh my god! Okay, so we're gonna raid Leah. A vabbing raid. Oh my god. It's a pee raid. It is a pee raid because I am going to pee after I thank you guys. I'm gonna go pee after I thank you. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. It was great. It was great to relax and just fucking talk even though my throat is killing me after a 14.5-hour gaming stream. I needed to get out my tangent juices, dude. I needed to get it out. Thank you. Thank you for spending the night with me. Heckin' a doggo 420. Admiral Billow, a goddamn leaf. I'm now Adris the Northman, animate acumen, anti-skill shot. Fuck you, Leah, you just ended! Ah! We can still P-raid, don't worry about it. We can still P-raid. Arantius, Arnold Newham, Azahara Channel, Bangfield F, Baza, oh whoa, Bear in the Woods, Bingo Bango Tango Mango, Moonman 1, Kerbanog 565, Cameolist, Catwaffle, Chaot X, Chip ISO, Death Knight RZ, Death to Rainbows, Elfather 38, Emperor's Rage, Fricey, Gamer Dude 506, Gelforth, Ginoatama, Glaceon Seamus, Glitch Change Live, Grade 851, Hentai Captain, Hi Jeb, I am Binary Mind, Icy Prone, GD, Capsule, Kawakari TV, K Bailey 098, Click Cree, Lars Sadbro, Lempy P, Lunith Alabard, LX Keck, Malroadkill, Milk Cookies 2256, Orange Crowbar Man, Outen of the Empire, Questionable Orange Juice, Rose Gold Statue, Sandalicho, Six Shot Savior, Skewkey, Soze, Spectre Flight, Steve Rowe, Talondex, The Smiling Reaper, The Japanese Egg Roll, Tip Tap Teddy, Tony the Mighty, Trigger Point, Umbra Asterim, Ocean Lover, Vash PP, Vet Junior 289, Zenlar 1984, Mindbreak, Zez 39808, Zazuban, Zekjala, Zero Phantoms X, Zexel Gaming, Zitaluka, Leah got off. I'm sad now. We're gonna raid Lumi. She's still doing her subathon. She's on day 5 after her re-debut. We're gonna raid Lumi. Raid Lumi with the PP. She probably will still like it even if we're not dogs. It's fine. It's fine. Yellow Woman love. Say hello to Yellow Woman. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you. Bye bye.